Hello everyone, in today's video we're going to be building a job search application from scratch. To secure our application, we're going to be using Auth0 for authentication, which makes setting up user authentication both easy and secure. We're going to allow users to log into the app using their preferred social accounts such as Google, GitHub, or using email address. Okay, so I'll give you a quick demonstration. So let's start by logging in. Okay, so you can sign up for a new account. In this case, I have an account already, and I have a Google account logged in into this user. And let's try to log in with a Google account. Okay, and you're going to be sent to the home page. So this is the home page of the app, and you can see what the website does, and you can click find work or post a job. Let's click find work, and then you're going to be sent to this page. So here there's a list of jobs. You can like specific jobs. You can also click any specific job that you want. For example, I'll click this one, and you're going to be sent to that particular job, and you're going to see more information about that job, and you can see the description of that particular job. And here you're going to be seeing more jobs here as well. Okay, and you can see number of people who have applied for the job, when the job was posted, and the tags of that particular job. If I go to my jobs tab, you're going to see the jobs that a particular user has created, especially the one that is logged in. If you are not logged in, you are not going to be able to access this page or also this post a job page. And here you can also see the jobs that you have liked. You can also unlike a job. Okay, let's unlike this job, and it's going to be removed from the list. Okay, and we can also delete a job. We can delete, for example, any job here. So this one says product manager. Let's delete this one. Yeah, click delete, and it's going to be deleted, and it's going to be removed from the list. When I go back to the home page, it doesn't exist anymore. We can also filter. Okay, so we can filter based on the contract, part-time, full-time, and stuff. Okay, and we can also clear all of the filters. We can also search based on location. I can search London, and it's going to return all of the jobs that are available in London. And we can also search for Lisbon. Okay, and there's no jobs found in Lisbon. Okay, we can search with the keywords. For example, I'll say software. Okay, and search. As you can see, there's one job. Okay, I can get rid of the search query, and we can also toggle a table view. We can see in 2 columns, or we can toggle a list view. Okay, so you can change how you want this website to look like. Okay, we can cycle between grid view, table view, and list view. Okay, so I'll leave it a table view for now. And if I search for London and search, when I click a particular job, here, you are only going to see jobs that have to do with London, because that's in the search query. Okay. Otherwise, if I go back to find work and remove London search query and search, and all of the jobs will be available. And when I click any of the jobs, you're going to see all of the jobs here. Okay. Perfect. And for the user profile, we can also log out. Okay. So when I log out, you're not going to have access to these pages like post a job, my job. When I click that, you're going to be rerouted to the login. So now let's log in again. Okay, so now let's try to create a new job. So let's create a job here. And this one, I'm going to name it systems engineer. Okay. And as you can see here, when I click any of these inputs, it's going to activate, because that means we've completed this section, the about section, and we're going to go to the next section. So here we are going to have a WYSIWYG. We can create how we want our job application to look like. And here we are going to add some basic text. I'm just going to add some basic text in here. That's going to say, it's going to give us something. And I think I will just add like remote here. Remote. And I'll leave it like this, full-time contract. like so. Okay, and I think that's what we need. And we can select salary. I'm going to set it to something like maybe 60,000. And the salary type is going to be yearly. You can select monthly, hourly, or fixed. Let's do yearly. And let's go next. As you can see now, this section is complete. And now we can add the skills. We can say, for example, design, and here we can say full stack. Oops, I clicked next. Full stack, and we can say DevOps, like so. And we can add as many skills as we want. What is the job title? That's the systems engineer. Okay. And we can add, for example, networking, AWS. You can add as many as you want, but this is enough just for demonstration. And here you can leave it empty, but I'm just going to say United Kingdom. And the location, you can put any location here. I'm just going to put Oxford. You can leave the address empty. You can leave the city empty. That's entirely up to you. I'm just going to leave the city empty, address empty. And let's hit next. And we're just going to post a job. And it's created successfully. And it's going to send us to that job that has been created. Okay. As you can see now, here's the job that's created and the information. And when I go to the home page, you're going to see that job. And I can click a job. I can apply to a specific job. I can even unsave the job that I've liked. Okay, and it's going to update the state. Let's try to apply for a certain job. For example, this one, it's already been applied. Let's apply for this one. If I hit apply, and then it's going to say applied. Okay. And yeah, that's pretty much it for this app. Let's log out. Okay, so now navigate to the folder where you want to save your project. In this case, I've created a folder called Job Finder. And let's create a new folder in here. Let's name this server. That's where our backend is going to be. So we are just going to cd into that project. So open up the terminal and we're going to cd into server. So we're going to initialize a new node project. So we're just going to run npm init like this. Okay, so the package is server. So you have to name your package. So you can name this whatever, like for example, job finder backend. You can name this whatever you want. Backend. And then the package name, let's just name this. Actually, oh, there's a conflict. So name this. I'm just going to leave it empty. Actually, you can leave it empty. Just press enter to leave it empty. Version 1, enter. And then description, just leave it empty, enter. And then the entry point, we're going to create a new entry point, which is going to be server.js, or you can name it app.js. Okay. And let's press enter for everything. Or you can fill in these details if you want. Okay. And a package JSON is going to be created. There it is. So the name is server. You can change this name anytime you want. You can put a description. Okay. So let's start by installing some packages that we're going to be using. So in this case, we're going to be using Express, npm I, Express. We're also going to be using cores. I'm going to explain what this does later when we're using it. And we're also going to use NodeMon. So NodeMon is going to allow us to save the changes in real time. Okay, so let's just install these for now, and then we're going to install some of them later. Press enter. Sweet. So now in here, let's try to create the entry point of our server, which is going to be server.js, like that. That's the entry point. So here we can console log this to see if it's working. We can say hello world, something like that, and then save. So to run this, we can just run node server.js like that. As you can see, it says hello world here. So that means it's working. So let's try to test using Express. We can create like a server using Express. So we're going to import. By the way, we need to make sure we're using module. So let's go to package.json, and here by default it's going to be common.js, but we're going to change this to type, and then we're going to set it to module. So that's why we can use import. Otherwise, you'd have to do require instead of import. Okay. So what we're going to do, we're going to initialize an app, const app equal to express. Okay. So now with this app, we can create like a server using this app object. We can just do app.listen to a specific port. So for example, if I do app.listen, we're going to listen to port 3000, but this is in use. I'm running the original project. So I'm just going to put this to 8000. Okay, so here we can just say console log and say server is listening to port 8000 like this. Or you can use template literals to make this more dynamic. You can get rid of this and like this. Okay, by the way, you can put this into a variable, so we can say port const port, port like this, and then we'll set it to 8000, and then here we're just gonna say port. Okay, so it's gonna be dynamic. So if we change it to 5000, it's gonna be 5000, and we can do node server.js. As you can see, server's running on port 8000. If I change to this to, for example, to listening, if I save, so the changes are not reflected in real time. Okay, so for us to make this change reflected in real time, that's why we're going to be using NodeMon. So in the scripts, I'm going to get rid of this. I'm just going to say start. Okay, we're going to create a start script. So here we're going to do NodeMon server.js. Okay, so that's the name of our server. Save. And let's run the project. So we're going to run with the script now, npm start. That's the script we created. Okay, as you can see now, listening on port 8000. So if I change the text in real time, if I save, it's going to change in real time. We don't need to restart our server anymore. Okay, perfect. So that's it for the basic setup of the server. Now we're going to set up authentication, and we're going to be using Auth0. I've added the link in the description, so feel free to click that to follow along. My favorite part about Auth0 is how developer friendly it is. With just a few clicks, we can integrate a powerful authentication system into our application. And I'm going to guide you through setting up Auth0 for this application. And you're going to see how easy it is to get started and keep user accounts safe. So if you don't have an account, you want to click sign up. You can sign up with your Google account, or you can sign up with your email. In this case, I have an account already. I'm just going to log in with my Google account. I'm just going to click login, and I'm just going to hit continue with Google. All right, so I'm being logged in. So, and when you log in, you're going to be routed to the dashboard, and you're going to see something like this. All right, and you can create a new application. By the way, Auth0 has recently expanded its free plan, which makes it easier for us to start building and scaling apps without upfront costs. Also, Auth0 now offers 25,000 monthly active users on the free plan version. So we're going to create a new application here. You can name this whatever you want. Let's name it Job Finder. And I'm going to select the regular web application because we're going to be using Node.js, and we're going to hit create. Okay, and we can skip integration here. We're going to come back to this later. You can save changes. You can now click quick start, and we're going to select Node.js, and we're going to integrate now. Okay, so here you're going to see some instructions. I'm just going to click save and continue. So we need to install some dependencies, these are the dependencies that we need to use. So copy these dependencies, and we're going to go to the terminal, and we're going to paste that and install. Okay, so if we go to the package.json, you're going to see open express OpenID connect express. We are now going to set up the router. So we're going to copy this, and we're going to go to the app the server.js, and we're going to paste that in. I'm going to go all the way down here, and I'm just going to paste like this. Okay, and there's an issue. So here we're using module, so remember we need to convert this to a module, so we need to use import auth from express OpenID connect. Excuse me. Okay, and port is not defined. We are going to change this later anyway. So port, let's set that to 8000. Okay, now we have the server port listening to 8000. I'm just going to put port here. Excuse me. Okay, so we are listening to 8000. Let's see what the next step is. So it says test your login. So testing our login, it's going to, in this case, localhost 3000. That's not the name of our server. Our server is 8000. So let's click this. Let's see what we need to configure first. So here, the base URL is set to 3000. So it's going to be 8000. That's going to be our server. It's running on port 8000. So change this to 8000. So as secret, let's create an environment variable. So we need a package called .env, npmi.env. That's going to allow us to use the environment variables. So let's create a new .env file here. Okay, so we need secret. Okay, it's going to be a randomly generated string. Okay, you can put anything here you want. Okay, so that's our secret. And we need to use that. So we need to import .env. .env from .env. And we're going to use the .env.config, like so. Save that. And here we're just going to run process.env process.env .secret. And then we're going to be using this environment variable. And now we need to run npm start. npm start. Okay, our server is running. So if we hit the home endpoint, it's going to return status if a user is logged in or not. So it's either logged out or logged in. So let's see if this is working. So let's click one of these link, and it's on 3000. In this case, we're going to go. This is for the original project running in the background. That's why you're seeing this. Let's go to 8000. So that's the name of our port. But depending on what port you are using, I'm using 8000. You can use 5000 or whatever you want, or 3000. Let's hit login. Okay, so there's an issue here. So go back. Before we hit login, let's just go to the home page. Oops, this is the wrong. We need to go to 8000. Okay, so here the status is logged out. Okay, because if we hit the main endpoint, the home is going to return if a user is logged in or logged out. In this case, there's no user logged in. That's why you're seeing this. Okay, so for us to be able to log in, we need to go to /login, like so. Okay, so a callback mismatch. So we need to fix that. Let's go to application details, and let's go to, we need to go to settings. Okay. So we need to configure the callback URL. We need to set it to 8000 instead of 3000 because our port is on 8000. Now let's save. All right, let's try to log in. Login. Okay, as you can see now, you're going to see a login form. In this case, I've clicked login, and then I'm going to accept to log into the app. So now I'm logged in. You can sign up with Google. I've signed up with Google. I was in the process of signing up, and then I stopped the video for a bit. That's why you saw it was asking for my permission, but you're going to see a login form, and you just have to create a new account with email or Google. Now I've logged in, so now you can see the status. I'm logged in. Every time I hit the home endpoint, you're going to see it logged in. That's the status. Perfect. So now let's set up our server properly. So we don't want to set up the server like this. So what we're going to do, we're going to protect our client ID. We're also going to protect, our secret. A secret is already protected in the environment variables. We need to protect these variables here. So let's create the variables. in the env file, we're going to create a new variable. So this was to be base URL. Okay, so the base URL is going to be 8000. That's our port, and we're going to have the client ID. Okay, and we're going to cut this client ID. That's our client ID, and we need a new URL here. This one, issuer base URL. Let's create that. Base URL like that, and we're going to copy this link here like that, and we're protecting that. Perfect. And we're also going to need Mongo URI. We don't have Mongo connected yet. We're going to do that later. All right, so here we're going to run process.env base URL, and we're going to do the same thing for the client ID, and we're going to do the same thing for the issuer base URL. Excuse me. Okay, so now we have that set up. Let's install a few packages that we want to install. And I'm just going to stop the server from running, and we're going to install a cookie parser. It's going to allow us to work with cookies. npm I cookie parser. I believe that's spelling like this, and then we are going to hit install like that. Okay, we are also going to install express async handler. It's going to allow us to handle errors. Async handler. Okay, it's going to make it easier to handle errors. So this is the name. Copy that, and we're going to run npm I. Okay, so now it's installed. Let's run the project. Npm start. Okay, so let's set up our middleware now. So we have this set up already, the config. We need to set up some middleware and app.use auth. I'm going to get rid of the comment. I will get rid of this. I will get rid of pretty much everything in here. We're just going to redo everything. Get rid of this port. We need the app, and we're just going to create some middleware. Okay, so we have the config here, and let's do app.use. We're going to be using express.json like that. Okay, express.json, and we're going to be using app.use. We're going to use URL, actually express.url encoded, and then we're going to use extended to true, and we need to import cookie parser. Import cookie parser, okay, like this, from cookie parser like that, and we're going to use that middleware again, app.use cookie parser like that. And then now we need to do the config, app.use auth config for the Auth0 configuration middleware. Okay, so we also want to use cause so we don't get restricted to use the application on our client. So we need to import cause. Okay, cause from cause like this. So it should be at the top of all of these middleware. So app.use cause like this. We can set up some options in here, and then we can set up the origin to the client URL instead of base URL. Client URL, okay, like that. So if we go to the env, we need to create a client URL. Client URL, and it's going to be 3001, depending on what depending on where your client is running. In this case, we're going to run our client on 3001. If yours is on 3000, so make sure it's 3000 here. Okay, and save. Perfect. So we have set up the cause middleware. So what we're going to do now, we're just going to set up the server. Okay, so for the server, we're just going to do const server. It's going to be a function. Let's make it as an async function. Async function like that. Oops. Async. Okay, so in here, that's where we're going to run try catch. Okay, because we're going to connect to the database in here as well. So let's start by doing app.listen, and we're going to listen to port, which is env.port, which we don't have yet. So let's create that variable for the port. Okay, port, go to 8000, like so. All right, so we're listening to port 8000. Okay, server's running on port 8000. So here we can cog server error like that, or we can do error.message like that. Okay, and we're going to do process.exit, and then we're going to do 1. Okay, perfect. So now with the server, let's run this server. Sweet. Okay, so now our server is back and running, but we need to set up our database connection. We're going to be using MongoDB. So let's go to Mongo Atlas and let's log in with our Google account. If you don't have an account, you can just create a new account using your Google account, GitHub account, or your email address. I'm just going to log in because I have an account already. All right. So what we're going to do, let's click connect, and we're going to go to drivers and copy this URL here, connection URL, and make sure you remember your username and password. Okay, so you need to put username and password. So copy this connection URL and go to your Mongo URI. Okay, and paste in. All right, so that's my URL. So make sure you remember your password and users. So this is the user and password. Okay, so this is the user, YT user, and the password. So make sure you don't copy this. This is an auto-generated password. I always keep generate a new password every time. So I'll show you how to create a new user if you want to do that. So you can go to, I believe, no, I think it's in database access. And then here you can create a new user, okay, and add a new database user. And then, for example, I'll say YT tutorial, and then password. We're just going to auto generate password. All right. And you can give this user some permissions, what you want this users to do and what not to do. All right. And you can just add user like that. Okay. Add user. I think the user has been added for some reason. I don't know why it doesn't say anything. Oh, it says, yeah, you must choose at least one raw privilege. Okay. So add in a built-in raw. You can select if you want this user to read and write to any database or only read to a database. So I'm just going to say read and write and add a new user. Okay. So we have a new user now. This was meant to be YouTube Tats. But anyway, you can copy the details of this user, the password, and put the user here and then the password of that user. And then here, I'm just going to put a name of the database. So in this case, I'm just going to name job finder like that. Okay. So that's our connection URL like that. So save. So now we need to connect to the database. How do we do that? Let's create a new folder here. Let's name it DB like that. So we have a database folder and we're going to create a new file. Let's name this connect.js like that. Okay. So we're going to install another package that's going to allow us to work with MongoDB. So it's called mongoose npmi that. All right, npm star, and we're going to import mongoose. Excuse me. So here we're going to do const connect It's going to be an async function like so. Then we're going to do try catch. And here we're going to console log database. Let's say failed connect to database. Connect to database like that. All right. Failed to connect to database. And we can do the messaging error. Okay. So in here, we're going to COG. You can put like a console log here. You can say attempting to connect to database. This is just for debugging purposes. And then here we're just going to await. We're going to await Mongoose, and then we're going to do .connect. That's how we connect to the database. And we're going to be using the process.env, and we're going to be using the Mongo URI. Okay. It's Mongo URI like that. Okay. And I'm just going to leave this empty like that. All right. So let's see if we can connect to the database, and then we're just going to export default this one, default connect. And how do we connect? We need to connect in here in the server. So try catch, and then we're going to connect here, await, because this is an async function. So that's why I need to use await. So we're going to connect to the database. So make sure you import connect here. So connect. So make sure you include .js here at the end. Okay. So save. Let's see if we're connected to the database. So it says attempting to connect to the database. Okay. So that means we haven't connected to the database yet. Let's see why. Actually, let's see if we're connected. So this is before we connect. This is after we connect. So let's see. Okay. So attempting to connect to the database, and then it's connected now. Okay. Perfect. I can get rid of this. Okay. So now we're going to set up the routes of our application. We're going to create a new folder in here. We're just going to name this routes. Okay. So we have the routes folder. How do we create, some routes? In here, we're going to create a new file. I'm just going to name this user routes. It should be a JS file like so. Okay. So to do a route, you saw that before we were doing something like this, app.use or app.get, actually not app.use, app.get. Okay, so for example, if I go to the random here, we can just return a response or JSON, and we can return a random number here. So for we're going to test this API endpoint, we're going to be using Postman. So you can use Postman or Insomnia to test your API endpoints. I'm going to open up Postman. I'm just going to create a new collection, blank collection. I'm just going to name this Job Finder, something like that. Okay. And here we can create a new request. So this is going to be a get request. It's going to be 8,000. And let's do get random, and let's send. As you can see now, there's a random number being generated here. You can multiply this number by any number you want. Okay, so perfect. So our endpoint is working. So this is how we do the API endpoints, but we want to do this in an external file, not in here. So that's why we have this routes folder. So in the user routes, let's start by creating a new route first. We are going to import express from express. Okay, so here we're going to create a router from express.router, and we're going to export default router. Okay, so we are going to create an endpoint to check the status of the authentication to see if the user is logged in or if the user is logged out. So to do that, we're going to do a get request router.get. Okay, so we're going to do a get request in here. So what are we going to do? So we're going to check if, so we need to import something. So we actually, no, we already have access to the user from this request object here. So we're going to do if request dot OIDC and then dot is authenticated. Okay, so if the authentication is true, what are we going to do here? We're just going to say return auth status, something like this, and then we're just going to return in here, return, and then we're going to do response to status is 200, like so. In this case, I'm just going to do is authenticated to true, and then we're going to send the user data in this user property. Okay, so request dot OIDC dot user. So this is where the user object is. Okay, because we're using auth in here, so we have access to the user object in the request if someone is logged in. Okay, so and then if we don't have this user, we're just going to return false. Okay, so if we're just going to do else, we're just going to return response to status. It's going to be 200. It's okay. That means it's okay. And we're just going to do .json here, and we're just going to return false, like that. Okay, so now we have this endpoint. So let's name this endpoint check auth, like this, auth. Okay, so let's try to copy this and go to Postman. This is not going to work. So if I do this, nothing happens because we have not configured this route in the server. So what we're going to do, we're going to do this dynamically. So if we create a route in this folder here, it's going to be read dynamically instead of doing every route one by one. So I'm going to import the FS module because it's going to allow us to manipulate this folder here. It's not const, it's actually import FS from FS. So this is from Node, okay? And we are going to go down here. Let's do it somewhere like after, just before the server. Okay, here, routes. That's where we're going to set up the routes. And then we are going to const route. You can name it route files. Okay, equal to. We're going to use the FS module, and then we're going to read using the read directory sync. So that means it's going to read one by one. Okay, in a synchronous order. And we're going to read the folder routes. Okay, so it's going to read every file in here one by one. So it's going to read every file in the routes. So that's the folder we're targeting, the routes. Okay, so now I want to manipulate the files of those routes. I'm going to do route files dot for each. Okay, so you can name this whatever you want. So you name it file, and then this is a callback function. Okay, so we're going to import dynamic routes like this. Okay, so we're going to import, and we're going to use template literals in here. Okay, we're going to do routes like that, and then we're going to put the file, and then in the then we're going to add each route, and then we're going to do app.use route.default. So make sure in the routes your routes are exported as default router. Okay, so that's why it's looking for route.default. So in every route file, make sure there's a export default router. That's what's happening here. That's what's happening here. And then we're just going to catch the error and error importing routes like that. Save. So now we are automatically using the app.use app.get, so we can get the route. So we're automatically setting all of those routes in here. So app.use, so this is the middleware, is going to allow us to use our routes. Okay, save. So now let's try to go back to Postman and send. You are seeing false because we need to set up the cookie. So here in the cookies, we need to set up the cookie. So we need to go to the browser and get the cookie. So here, if we refresh, you're going to see nothing. So let's try to go to check auth status in the browser. Okay, as you can see, I'm authenticated and you're going to see the user object being returned here. Okay, because that's what the auth check auth status is returning. So how do we get the cookie? So let's inspect, and we're going to go to application, and in the localhost 8000 in the cookies, we're going to target app session. That's the name of the cookie. So copy this cookie here. Okay, so let's copy the token and go to Postman, and we're going to go to cookies, and in the domains, if you don't see localhost here in the domains, so make sure you add localhost and add domain. So I have localhost already, so I'm just going to click add cookie, and on the value here, I'm just going to get rid of the cookie one and put the name of the session is app session. Okay, and I'm going to paste in the value of the token, paste and save. Okay, as you can see now, we have a cookie called app session, and I'm going to close this, and let's try to get again. Get, perfect. As you can see now, we are getting the logged in user object. So we have been authenticated, and yeah, that's it. I'll see you on the next video. We're going to create some models. We are now going to create our models. So let's go to the server, and we're going to create a new file, new folder named models. So as you remember, this user object, we're authenticated. So we want to expand upon this user object. We want to add more properties, for example, like the role of the user, and also how many jobs the user has applied. So we're going to be creating a model here. We're going to name it user model.js. You can name this whatever you want. So make sure it's a correct spelling. Okay, and here we're just going to import Mongoose like so. So here we're going to be creating a user schema, const user schema. This is wrong spelling, schema. This is how we create a new user schema, and we're going to create a user equal to mongoose.model, and then we're going to create like a user table. Okay, so the model's name is user. This is sort of like a table. So this is going to be our blueprint of creating a user, and we're going to export default user like so. Perfect. And now we just need to create some properties of the user, and we have the name, which is going to be type of string, and we're going to be copying some of the properties from here, from this user object, and we're going to expand upon those properties. And we have user, and we need an email and type string required, and this should be unique, and then we're going to set it to true, and we're going to do auth0 ID like so, and this is going to be required and also unique. So this is going to be this ID here. So we're going to copy this ID and put it here. Okay, and we want to also know what jobs the user has applied to. So applied jobs, and applied jobs is going to be the type, is going to be the ID, and it's going to reference the job table. So here we have the user, and it's going to reference the jobs. Okay, so we're going to create a model called job, which is going to be referenced by here. So but whenever we create a new job, it's going to have an ID. So that's what we're doing here. So the type is going to be the ID of the job that we have applied, and then we're going to use that ID to fetch a particular job that we have applied. Okay, and we also want saved jobs, and it's also going to reference the job. Okay, and let's set a role. So the role, we're going to do type string, and we're going to do an enum here. So we're going to have only three possible values. So we say job seeker, recruiter. Okay, actually only two possible. You can put more than you want here, more than two here if you want. And the default is going to be job seeker. Okay, like that. So that's the default role. And we might also want to add a resume. If we have enough time, we're going to set up this resume functionality. But for now, let's add the property. And we need the profile picture. it's going to be type of string, and we also want the bio type string, and I'm just going to set a default to maybe no bio provided, something like that. And we are going to set profession, and not just profession, like that. Okay, and we're just going to actually, I'll leave it at unemployed. And I want to also get the timestamps. So the timestamps is when this new user was created and when this user was last updated. That's the timestamp. So now we have the user table. So this is like a blueprint to create a new user. Perfect. So let's save this. What we need to do, let's go to the server. By the way, for these routes, I'm just going to tweak here. So instead of, if I go to Postman, instead of doing this, I want to include something like API / v1, like this. So that's what I want to do to check the auth. So in here, what I will do, I will add that here. So API / v1, like that. Okay. So this is going to be the string, the connection string, and then this is going to be the route. Okay. So if I go back to Postman, I should be able to check auth with this API / check auth. 1 second. For some reason, it's not working because if I go to user routes, check auth server API v1. Let's check again. Send. That's weird. It should work. API v1. Okay, let's go back to the browser. Let's refresh this. So this is not working. Okay. So paste that API v1. Send. Okay, that's weird. API. Okay, so I'm missing a slash here, by the way. That's why it's not working. So let's refresh. Perfect. So now it's working. And perfect. It's working. Super. Okay. So we have done that. So whenever I log in, currently I'm logged in. So when I log in, I want to initialize a new user. I want to create a new user and save it to our MongoDB database. So if I refresh, we're not going to see anything yet because we don't have any users created. But currently I've created a user already, but I want to add that user to the database with the new properties that we've created here. Okay. So how do we do that? So we're going to go to the server. Let's do it after this config here. Okay, I'm going to say function to save, actually not to save, to check if user exists in the database. Let's create the function const. We're going to name it ensure user is in database DB because it's going to be a long name function. That's why I'm making the bit shorter. Okay, we're going to be using async handler, and here we're going to use async, and we're going to pass in the user object in here. All right, perfect. And we're going to run try catch, and let's do the error cog. So we're just going to say error checking or adding user to database, and then here we're just going to print the message to the console. Okay, so we're going to check in here. We're going to say const existing user equal to, we're going to get the user. This is an async function, so we need to await and the user, and make sure you import user, and we need to add the .js extension at the end here, and it's already done automatically. Perfect. So existing user, we're just checking if the user exists. Okay, user dot find one. Oops. So if you remember the property, we're going to use Auth0, the property that we created, and we're going to be using the user object here. Okay, and the user dot sub, which is the ID. So we're gonna check if we have a user with this ID here. Okay, so if it's already there, we don't need to create a new user. So if it's not there, we're going to create a new user. So if I go to the database, let's go to database. Let's refresh this. So here we're in the database access. So let's go to clusters. And if I go to browse collections, so job finder, not jobber, but job finder. Here we have users. There's nothing in the users, okay? Excuse me. There's nothing in the users. So what we want to do, I've already created an account, okay? And I want to add this user to the database if it doesn't exist, okay? So I'm gonna check if not user, existing user actually, existing user, okay? So if it doesn't exist, we are going to add this user to the database. Let's put a comment here, create a new user document like that, const new user, and then we're going to equal to new user. We're going to use our user schema, okay? And I'm going to prefill some of the properties, which is the auth ID, and we're going to set that to the ID of the user that is logged in, okay? So auth ID user.sub, which is the ID of the logged in user, this one here. We're just copying this string here and put it into the database. Okay, email, user.email, and name, user.name, because we're just copying some of these properties here. We want them. And we're using the properties that we've created here already. So Auth0, email name, and the other property that we want is row. Okay, so row. And we're going to set that to job seeker by default. And we're going to do profile picture. Oops, profile picture. Profile picture. Profile picture. Okay, so we're going to do user.picture. Okay, like that. So these are the properties that we are extracting here. You can extract the nickname if you want, but we only want these properties. All right. So, and we're just going to await, and we're going to save this user. So new user.save. Okay. You can console log this to the database, not to the database, to the console to see if you have saved this user. Okay. You can say user added to DB, and we can also see the user in the console. Let's save. Okay. And we're going to do else here. Else, we're just going to COG. If the user already exists, we're just going to say user already exists in the database. Okay. And then here we can do the existing user. Oops. Existing user like that. Okay. So ensure the user exists in the DB. So we've created that function. So now what do we want to do? We want to use that function. Okay. So how do we use this function? We're going to, whenever the user hits the endpoint of the application, which is the main homepage. So when the user visits our website, they're going to be at the homepage like this, okay? So when the user gets to the homepage, that's when I want to do this check, okay? So we are going to do it somewhere after these routes or before, yeah, or before the routes actually. So here, after this function here, we're just going to do app.get. Okay, so we are going to get the root directory, the homepage of our app. Okay, so this is going to be an async, like that. Okay, so in here we are going to check if we are logged in. Okay, so we're going to do request. So we have the user access in this request object is authenticated. Okay, so if we're authenticated, in here, we're gonna check if say auth0 user exists in the database, and then we're just going to await, and then we're gonna say ensure user in database, and then I'm going to pass in the user object. So as you can see, this function is taking in the user object. So the user object exists within the request dot OIDC, okay, and then dot user. So here we're just going to pass in the user object. All right. So after that, we're just going to redirect to the front end, which is the homepage of our application. I'm just going to do return here. Return response dot redirect process.env client URL. So I'm going to redirect to the client URL, and then else I'm just going to return something like hello world. Instead of hello world, I'm just going to put logged out, something like that. Let's do, yeah, let's just save this. So let me see if I hit the home page. Okay, let's refresh. Okay, so now I'm redirected to the client. Okay, that means it's complete. The new user is created, and we have been redirected to the client. So now let's refresh to see if the user has been created in the database. Okay, perfect. So now, as you can see, the user has been created in the database. Okay, but it feels like I'm missing something here. So the user, we need to create an ID of this user. Okay, so we need to create a new property in the user schema. Okay, so the property, let's name it. Okay, actually no, we don't need any property in this user schema. I think we're fine. Okay, so yeah, we can create users, and we can add many properties. You can add as many properties as you want. I'll see you on the next one. We're going to be creating a schema for the job model. Before we create a schema for the job model, let's just finish by creating a new route to get the user profile, which is going to return these properties. So to do that, in the routes, let's create a new route. So here we're going to do router.get. Okay, so .get, and the endpoint is going to be user/user, and we're going to use the param, an ID param, like this. Okay, so user, and then we pass in the ID of that user. Okay, so in here we're going to use a function called get user profile, like so. Perfect. We don't have this function yet, and we're going to get an error. We're going to create a new folder named controllers, and we're going to create a new file here, user controller. It's going to be a JavaScript file, and we need to import async handler from express async handler. Okay, export const. So here we're going to name this, what's the name here again? Get user profile, like so. Get user profile, export const get user profile, async handler, get user profile, and we're going to try catch, and let's see. For the error, we're just going to say error in getting user profile, and then we're going to output the error object in the console, and we can return here, return response to status, and then we're just going to say internal server error. All right, so we're getting the error. So we need to destructure the ID param here. Okay, so make sure you import user profile from the user controller. This is the wrong spelling. I need to rename this user controller, like that. So make sure, yeah, perfect. Everything's good. So let's get the ID param, const ID, from the request object dot params. Okay, like that. Perfect. So we're just going to find the user. I'm going to say find user by auth0 ID, like that. Const user equal to await, and make sure you import the user. User, import user from models, user model.js. Let's see, it's user model.js, like that. Okay, so here we're going to find one like that, and auth0 ID, auth0 ID, like that. And we're going to pass in the ID coming from the requester params. Okay, and then we're going to use that ID to find the user. Okay, and then we're just going to check if we don't have this user. If not user, we're going to show an error message like that. Return, we're going to return response to status, and this one is going to be 404 like that, and it's going to be a JSON error like that. Perfect. And let's name message user not found, something like that. Okay, sweet. So otherwise we're going to return response to status to JSON and then the user objects. Okay, perfect. So now how do we pass in the ID? Let's see, auth0 ID. So let's go back to localhost, and I'm going to copy this ID here, copy that, and we're going to go to Postman instead of check auth. So the endpoint is user and ID. Okay, so now let's try to get this user, send. Perfect. As you can see, now we're getting the user information, the profile of the user. As you can see here, it's working. Perfect. And now let's move on to creating a new model here. So this one is going to be job model.js, like that. Okay, and I'm just going to close others. Import mongoose, wrong spelling, mongoose, like that. All right, so we're just going to add some properties in here, and let's start with const job schema, that, and we're going to export this as default. Const job equal to model mongoose.model job, and export default job. All right, and now let's add the properties. Oops, title, and it's going to be a string, and we're going to have a location, and it's also going to be a string, and it's going to be, we're not going to set required, I'm just going to set default to remote. Okay, and we're going to have salary, and the type is going to be number, and it's going to be required, and salary type, and type is going to be string, and the default, I'm just going to set it to year, like yearly. Okay, and we also have a boolean called negotiable to check if the salary is going to be negotiable, and it's going to be a boolean. By default, it's going to be false. And we need the job type. So this one is going to be an array of strings. Okay, so type string, and it's going to be required. And we're going to have a description type string, and required. We're going to set that to true. Okay, and we're going to have tags, and it's going to be an array of strings, like that. And we're also going to have skills, which is going to be an array of strings as well. Perfect. Skills. Oops, what am I missing here? Skills. Oh, it's meant to be outside here. Skills, an array of strings. Okay, and we're going to have likes. So the likes is going to reference the user. Okay, it's going to be an array of users who have liked the snippets. Okay, and it's going to reference the user table. Okay, and we are also going to do created by, okay, created by, and it's going to also reference the user we have created. I'm actually doing this in the wrong. So created by is going to be a type of ID and reference the user. Okay. And we're going to have applicants, and it's also going to reference the user as well. Okay. Because it's going to store IDs of users we have applied for this particular job. And I'm going to add the timestamps when the job was created and when the job was last updated. Okay. Perfect. And I'm just going to save this. By the way, you can put, you can make the title unique. Okay. We can, I mean, let's skip that. We can set that later anyway. Now we've created the model. Let's create a controller for the job. Controller.js, like that. Okay. We have the controller, but now we need to also create the routes. Job routes.js, like that. Perfect. And we need to import Express, and we're going to initialize an instance like that, and then export default router. Okay, so these routes are going to be automatically read from that dynamic loop we've done in the server.js. Okay, perfect. So now we need a route. So what route do we need first? Let's see. Let's start with creating a job. So let's do router. So to create something, we can use the post request, the post, and the endpoint we're going to be using is jobs. That's the endpoint. And we can create a job. Create job. By the way, we need to be logged in to create a job. We're going to fix that later. But now let's just focus on creating the job. Okay. Import async handler from express async handler, like that. Sweet. So let's try to create a function. Create job equal to async handler. And we need to close this, and we need to run try catch. All right, and let's COG in here. Okay, so error in create job, and we're going to return response with status. I'm just gonna do the message only, like that. All right, so to create a job, we are going to get the user, okay, the logged in user. So to get the logged in user, we're going to do const user equal to await. We're going to await the user, so make sure we import the user model. So import user.js, like that. So user, we're going to find one like that, and we're going to be using the auth ID, auth0 ID, like this. That's the property we're going to use, and the logged in user is coming from the request object dot user, and then it's actually no dot OIDC, and then dot user, and then dot sub, like that. Okay, we're getting the logged in user. So let's see if we have this user. So user, like that, and let's import this function. I'm going to close this. Create job. Okay, and make sure it's .js here. Let's go to Postman and test. Let's try to create a job. Let's do jobs. So remember the end, it's post, it's a post request, and send. Okay, so the users know, which is weird. So the users know because this is meant to be the user model. Okay, so user model.js, like that. And now let's try to post again. So send. Perfect. And now you can see the user object here is being returned. Okay, so now what we're going to do, we are just going to also create a new variable, and I'm just going to name this is auth. So we're just going to check if we're authenticated. We're going to do request dot OIC dot is authenticated, or we're going to use the user email, not user, but the email, okay, or user dot email. So we have the user object, so we're going to look for the email property like that. Perfect. And we're just going to check if we're not authenticated. If not, is auth like that. Okay. And we're going to return response to status 401 like that. Okay. And we're just going to do a message in here. Message, and we're just going to say not authorized or not authenticated. You can name this whatever you want. Perfect. So I'm going to destructure some properties coming from the request body. So we want to send some properties in here. In the body, we're going to go to row, and we're going to send some properties here. Okay. So for example, we have the title property, and we want to send that title property test data 1. Okay. So we need to send those properties coming from the request object. For example, if I do here, let's do request dot body dot title, okay, like that. So if I click send again, you should be able to see the title here. As you can see, test data 1. Okay, so we want to send the properties for the creation of the job. Okay, so let's destructure from the request body const. We're going to have a title, and we're going to have a description, and we are going to have location, and we're going to have salary, and we're going to have job type, and we have tags, like that coming from the requested body. We also have skills, and we have salary type, and we have the negotiable. So these are the properties that we want to create a job. You can add as many properties as you want. So what I'm going to do, we can check if this exists. Basically, we can say if not description, and we're just going to show a general error if none of these exist. But I'm going to check one by one so we can display a unique error depending on what property is missing. Okay, so instead of doing this, I'm just going to say if not title, like this, and I'm going to say title required. We're going to do for every property. Okay, so I'm just going to use ChatGPT here. Copilot to auto-complete this. So just to make this quicker. So we're checking every property and display a unique error depending on what property is missing. Okay, perfect. And probably, yeah, this is only what we want for now. These are the properties that we want. Okay, and skills, I don't think this is necessary, because we're just going to actually let's check for skills. Okay, salary, description, tags, skills, like that. That's it. Okay, and we're going to create a job, const job, and we're going to say equal to new job. We're going to be using the job schema, so make sure we import that. Okay, so job model, this one, and we're going to create a new job. We're going to add those properties in. Okay, so add those properties in. So for the user, it's not the user, actually. This property is not user, it's code. So if I go to job, it's code created by. Okay, so created by, oops, where am I? Created by, we're going to send in the user ID. Okay, so user.id, and then we're going to save this job. Await job.save. Okay, and we're going to do response return here, response.status, and okay, status, and this is going to be 201, and we're just going to return the job that we create. Okay, and here we're just displaying the error, and I'm just going to save. Okay, save that, and let's see if we can create a new job. So let's go to Postman, send. Okay, so as you can see, description is required. So now we need to fill in the required properties. I think I have some properties somewhere. So 8,000. Can't remember where I've used those properties. I should have those properties somewhere, but anyways, never mind. We can create new properties. I was gonna try to save some time. Oops. Can't remember where my request is now. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so in here, it says description. So we need description, test description, and we need skills. This is an array of strings. String 1, and 2. Okay, send again. So as you can see, location. So we need a property location. I'm just gonna say United Kingdom, and let's see another property. So salary. So this is going to be a number. I'm just gonna put a random number here, and job type. I can't remember what property is job type. I'm just gonna say full-time. Okay, and tags. I'm gonna copy skills, duplicate that, and rename this to tags. I'm gonna say tag 1 and tag 2, and send. Perfect. So now we've created a job. Okay, so there's the properties and the user we've created this. Okay, tags, job type, full-time. Okay, it's an array. All right, job type, where is it? And we have location, title. Okay, so now we have created a job. That's perfect. So now we need a way to fetch these jobs. Let's create another endpoint. I'm just going to close everything, close others, and let's go to job routes. Okay, but I want only a logged in user to create a job. So I'm going to create a middleware called protect. So only a logged in user can create a job. Okay, so for this, let's create a new folder and let's name this middleware. Okay, middleware, and we're going to create protect.js, like so. So here we're going to say const protect, like so. Perfect. And we're just going to check if we're logged in. So remember the request, we have the user object in the request. So request.oidc dot is authenticated. So if we are authenticated, we're going to go next. We're going to execute the next function, which is create job. Okay, if we are authenticated, that's what we're doing here. Else, we're just going to return 401 not authorized. Okay, so if it's authenticated, all right. And now we have the protect middleware, and then we're just going to export default here. And in here, we need to import protect. All right, perfect. So only if we're logged in, we're going to, let's try again. Test data number 2, send. Okay, we are logged in, it's working. Perfect. So now let's create another endpoint to get. So I'm just going to duplicate this. So the method is going to be get. because we are going to fetch those jobs. Okay, so we don't need to be logged in to fetch the jobs. I'm just going to create a function called get jobs here. Okay, and copy get jobs, put it here like so. Okay, so get jobs. I want to collapse this. Export const get jobs equals to async handler. All right, and error and get jobs. I'm going to return response to a status, and we're going to return the error. Perfect. So for us to be able to get jobs, it's quite simple. And we are going to do const jobs equal to await. We're going to do job dot find. Okay, like this. We're going to do like this, and let's see if we have the jobs. Jobs, get jobs. Let's go to the routes, and this is a get request, and let's do a get request here. Get send. As you can see now, we have the jobs here. Okay, perfect. We are getting the jobs. I also want to, instead of it says created by, what's the property created by? It shows the user ID, but I want to populate those the properties coming from this user ID. So I'm going to populate the user. So where is it? Get jobs. So here I'm going to populate created by. I'm just going to grab the name and email and profile picture. If that's the name. Okay, so if I run again, you should be able to see created by the user ID, the name, email, profile picture. Okay, that's perfect. Actually, I don't think the email is necessary here. Let's just get name and profile picture. All right, we can always update this later. And I'm just going to make this smaller. Sweet. Now we're just going to return a response. Okay, so now let's see if we have the response. So send. As you can see now, we have an array here returning all of the jobs. Okay, sweet. And we're going to sort these jobs by the most recent. So we can use the sort method, and we use created at when the job was created by the most recent jobs -1. Okay, you can comment this sort by latest job like that. Okay, so we can get the jobs. So now we want to get a specific job by ID. So for example, if I go to Postman, I'm going to copy the ID of this job. Let me make this bigger. Let's increase the size of this. I will copy the ID of this job, which is number 1. All right, so I will go back and jobs, and then I'll put the ID of that job. We want to get that job. Currently, it's not working because we don't have an endpoint for that. I'm going to collapse. We're going to go to the routes, and let's create an endpoint to fetch the jobs created by the user. Let's duplicate this. Okay, so I'm going to name this function get jobs. Name this get jobs by user like this. And the endpoint, I'm just going to do /user, and we're going to pass in the ID of the user like so as a param. I'm going to copy this, and let's go to not protect but to the jobs controller and do that. Okay, so fetch get jobs by user, export const get jobs by user, excuse me. We're going to create the user variable. We're going to await user, we're going to be using find by ID. Okay, so the ID is going to come from the params. So the request object is going to contain the params, which is this user ID here. We're going to send. Okay, so here request.params.id. If we don't have the user, we're just going to return user not found, like so. All right, and jobs equal to await. We're going to do job.find. We are going to use created by, created by user.id. Okay, and we're going to populate the name and profile picture like that, and we're just going to return the jobs created by the user, and we're going to cog error getting the jobs created by user, and then we're just going to return server error. Excuse me. Okay, perfect. And let's see if this is working. So what we need to do, let's import. We've already imported this, by the way. So we need to protect this one as well. Protect. So we need to be logged in. So let's go back. So let's fetch the user first. Okay. So how do we fetch the user again? Can't remember the endpoint. So the endpoint is user. Get the user profile. Okay, so the ID. So I'll copy this ID here. Okay, and I'll go back. I'll do user like that, and let's do get. Okay, so now we're getting the user. I will copy this user ID, and the endpoint that we want to use is jobs user and the ID. Sorry. Okay, like that actually, and the ID. So now let's get. Perfect. So now we are fetching the jobs that have been created by this user. As you can see now, we have a list of the jobs here. That's perfect. Okay, so the next one, we're going to create another endpoint. So the next endpoint, we are going to do, let's do a search. Okay. Duplicate this. We're going to do the search later. So let's do jobs, search. Okay, search, something like this. And let's do search jobs like that. Okay. Search jobs. Let's do it now actually instead of later. Let's just do it as we go. So search. And let's open here. Collapse. Export const search jobs like that. So in here, we're going to do the same thing, try catch. And we're just going to display an error in the console if there's an error. And we're just going to return a message, server error. Okay, so we're going to search based on the, well, let's see. We can search with, let's see, the postman. Okay, let's search with location, and possibly we can search with tags or skills. So what I'm going to do, I am going to destructure const tags skills location. Actually, you can put as many properties as you want here. In this case, I'm just going to use tags, and then location, and we're going to search also using the title of the job, like this, coming from request.query. We're going to send these properties. I'm going to build a query, so I'm going to create a variable called query here. It's going to be an empty object. I'm going to check if we have the tags. Okay, so it's going to be a dynamic link. So here I'm just going to say query dot tags dot tags. So here, what I'm going to do, I'm going to do an object. I'm going to check if whatever tag we put in the search input does exist. Okay, in tags, I'm going to split, it's an array, by a comma, like that. Okay, we are going to do the same thing with location. If location, oops, like location, like that. And we are going to query dot location, like that. And then we're going to do a regex. Okay, so it's going to be case insensitive. So we're going to do regex location, the location, and options. This I stands for case insensitive. Okay, we're going to do the same thing for the title, like that. It's going to be case insensitive as well. All right, so here I'm just going to say const jobs equal to await job, and then dot find. We're going to use the query, and then we're going to be populating the data created by, I want to get the name and the profile picture. All right, and we're going to return here, return response status and the jobs. Okay, perfect. Now let's try to search this using a query. So let's search using a title here. So here, let's copy this title, or copy that. And so the endpoint, it should be search. Actually, let me double check. So it's jobs slash search, like that. Okay, search, and title equal to this. Okay, let's try that. Send. Okay, as you can see now, there's only one object returned here because we're searching using the title. You can also include, I believe we're using tags. Tag. If I put something random here, nothing is going to be returned because we are looking for something that matches this title and also the tags. Okay, so we are just going to leave this title. So our search functionality works fine. I will get rid of this now. Perfect. So now let's do something else. Let's go to the routes, and now let's do a way to apply a job. So apply for a job. Const, it's actually not router, dot put. So for us to be able to apply, we're going to be using put. So jobs, we're going to send in the ID, and then we're going to apply job. Instead of doing this, I'm going to get rid of this ID here, and then I'll put at the end here ID. Okay, perfect. So why is it saying purge? It means say put. Okay, so copy this and I'll paste the apply job. Okay, and let's copy apply job. Let's go to job controller, and I'm going to collapse. Apply for a job. Export const apply a job. It's going to be in async function, and here we're going to console log the error and return. Perfect. So for us to be able to apply, we're going to get a variable for job. We go to await job. We're going to find by ID. So this ID param here, we're going to get that job. We're just going to check if it exists. Okay, if not job, that means if it doesn't exist, we're going to say job not found, and we're going to get the user. Go to await user to find one using, we're getting the logged in user. Okay, so using this property here, auth0 ID, using the request object, that's where the user ID is coming from auth0. And then we're just going to check if not user, we're going to display an error saying user not found. Okay, so remember we have a property called applicants. Okay, so I'm just going to check if the applicants include our user ID. If it doesn't, we're going to say if it does already exist. I mean, we're going to say you've applied, or if it doesn't exist, we're going to add a new ID. Okay, so we're going to say if jobs dot applicants, we're going to say includes user dot ID, like that. Okay, and we're going to say already applied for this job. Okay, and otherwise we're just going to say job dot applicants. We're just going to push applicants. We're going to push the user ID. Push, that's an array method. Okay, because the applicant is an array, so that's why we can use the push. So we're going to push the user ID. Then we're going to await job.save return. Okay, like that. Perfect. And we should be able to apply for a job. So let's see. Let's fetch all of the jobs. If I go back and jobs, let's fetch them. Fetch. Okay, let's copy this first job here. Test data number 2. And if we go to applicants, there's 0, there's nothing here. Let's try to apply for this job. So to apply, I believe that's the endpoint. Let's double check. Apply. Yeah. And we need to pass in the ID of the job. Like that. So it's a put request. Excuse me. And send. Okay, so we have applied. As you can see now, applicants. So the ID has been pushed to the applicant's property. So now we have applied. Perfect. So we can apply for a job. Now let's work on liking and unliking. Like, job, and unlike. Okay, so we're just going to toggle between like and unlike. So it's like saving it's like a bookmark. Okay, so it's going to be a router dot put. So the endpoint is jobs. Okay, and then like, and then the ID of the job that we want to like. Okay, so the name is going to be like job, and save. Let's go to here, like and unlike. Okay, like that. Okay, save that. Okay, so for us to be able to like a job, let's do the error first, like that. Perfect. So let's do the like. So like job, I'm just going to get the job const job. We're going to get using the params ID. Okay. Go to await. We're going to do job. Just find by ID. Find by ID and request the params because we're sending the ID via the params. We're just going to check if the job doesn't exist, and then we're going to say job not found. Okay. And here we're just going to also get the user, like what we did earlier. We're getting the logged in user. Okay, so find one. So we're using the user schema. Find one based on the auth ID property using the logged in user ID coming from auth0. We're going to check if the user object doesn't exist, and then we're going to show an error. So I'm going to check if we have liked. So we're using this user ID. We're just going to check if it exists on a particular job. Const is liked equal to, we're just going to do job dot likes. Okay, dot includes the user ID. So we're just checking if it's there. Okay, so if it's there, we're going to unlike. If it's not there, we're going to add. Okay, so it's like a toggle between the like and unlike property. I'm gonna check if is liked, like that. So if it's liked, I'm gonna do job dot likes. So here, actually, job dot likes, like this, and we're going to say go to job dot likes. So here we're going to filter. jobs filter. Okay, and it's going to take in a callback function. We can name this like. Okay, like this, and we're going to say like. It's actually if not like, if you have not liked the job, can see here. So if not like dot equals, we're just going to check the ID equals user ID, like that. Okay, so it says job. Could not find job. Okay, that's weird. Oh, it should be job, not jobs. Job. Okay, so it should be just job because it's a single item. Okay, so job.likes.filter. If the likes is not equals to the user ID, okay, that's when it's liked. Else, we are going to push, okay, jobs, not jobs, job.likes.push the user ID, okay. So if we haven't liked, we're going to push, okay. If we have liked, we're just going to filter. All right, and we're just going to save, await or save, and we're just going to return the status and the job. So now let's try to like. So for us to be able to like, we need to send in the ID. Okay, I'm just going to close the user routes. Let's copy a job ID. Let's go to Postman, and I'm going to copy this particular job here. And the endpoint is going to be like jobs, like, and then the ID. Like this, and then we're going to put in the ID of the job that we want to like. And let's send this. So this is going to be also a put request. Send. Okay, so we have liked the job. So you can see the likes now. We have the user ID, we have liked the job. Okay, so we can like now. We can also unlike. So send again. It removes, the like should be removed now. As you can see now, it's toggling between liking and unliking. Perfect. Now let's like it again. Okay, so now we can like and unlike. Let's get the job by ID. Get job by ID, like that. Router dot get jobs, and then we're gonna send in the ID. Get job by ID, and we're going to protect here as well. Protect. We need to be logged in to get the job by ID. I'll copy, paste this here, because we're going to send the ID through the parameter, the requested params. Get job by ID, export const get job by ID, and we're just going to console log the error if there's an error. Okay. So here we're going to do const, we're going to get the ID, const ID requested params, the ID of the job, okay? And we're just gonna say const job equal to await job dot find by ID, find by ID, like this. And we're going to pass in the ID, which we're distracting from params, okay? And then we're going to populate the created by. We're going to get the name and the profile picture, and we're just going to do the checking to see if the job exists. Okay, if it doesn't exist, we're going to get this error. Otherwise, we're just going to return that job. Okay, so we should be able to get a particular job by ID. So let's try to copy an ID of this job, and let's go back to the routes. Let's see, the endpoint is jobs and then the ID of that job. And I'm just going to paste in that ID. We're going to change to get request. Get. As you can see now, we're getting that particular job and also the user who have created that particular job. Now we have a final route that we want to do, delete job. Okay, so router.delete and copy this. By the way, it's remembering what I was doing earlier from another project. That's why it's accurate. It's remembering what I was doing. That's why it's really accurate. So now we are going to paste in the delete job. Delete job. So we also need an ID to delete a job actually. So here we're just going to pass in the ID. So jobs ID. Protect, we need to be logged in as well for us to be able to delete a job. Okay, so yeah, that's fine. Export const and delete job. Try catch, and we can destructure here. We can get the ID from the requested params, like so. And let's find the job const job, not jobs, but job. Go to await job.find by ID, like that. We also want to get the user object. So user equal to await user dot find one using the auth ID property and getting the logged in user. Okay, so here we're just going to check for the user and the job. Okay, and we're going to await job dot delete one. That's the function we're going to be using, delete one. And here I'm just going to pass in the ID like that. Okay, sweet. And we're just going to return job deleted successfully. Okay, so that's that, and it seems to be working fine, everything. If we have missed anything, we can always come back and fix whatever we have missed. Let's create our client. So make sure you're in the root directory of the project. In this case, that's the job finder folder, and we're going to be using Next. So to create a new Next project, it's going to be npx and then create Next app. We're going to be using the latest version, and we're going to name this client, this folder, client. Okay, so it's going to create a new project, and we're just going to say yes, TypeScript, yes, yes for tail and CSS, no source directory, yes. Okay, and it should create a new project. All right, perfect. So we're going to cd into the project, so the client, and we're going to run npm run dev. That's the script to run the project. Okay, so to run that, it's running on localhost 3001. So we should be able to see something here. As you can see now, our project is working. Perfect. So now what we want to do, we want to also run the server. So make sure you create a new terminal here and cd into the server and run npm start, like so. Perfect. So now what we're going to do, let's do some cleanup. I will go to the global CSS, and I'm just going to get rid of everything in here, like so, and then save. And let's go to the page. I'm going to do the same thing. Maybe hello world, something like that. All right, so we should be able to see the changes. As you can see, hello world. Perfect. So let's start with getting the authentication status. So we're going to do that in the context. We're going to create a new context folder. So that's where our global state is going to be. It's going to allow us to access the authentication status anywhere in our app. So here we're going to create a new file called global context.js, like so. Perfect. So we need to create a new context. We're going to import React from React, and we're going to say const global context equal to react.createContext, or instead of doing react.createContext, you can import createContext from React, like so. Perfect. And we're going to export const. This is going to be global context provider, like that. Okay, so we have the global context provider, and we want a way to be able to access this global context provider. We are going to create a function, use global context, like so. All right. So in here, we're just going to return. So here we're going to be able to use the global context provider, and the children is going to be the entire application. We're going to wrap our entire application with the global context provider, and we want to be able to use that. So for example, I can send in some state in here. I can say, for example, hello from context. So this is just to test if our context is working. So in here, we're just going to return use context. Okay, make sure you import use context, and then we're going to pass in the global context, like that. So how do we use this context? So we want to be able to pass around data across our application. So we need to wrap our entire application with this, which is the children, with the global context. So let's create a new folder here, and we're going to name this providers. Okay, and we're going to create a new file here. We're going to say context provider.tsx, and it's going to be a functional component, and we're going to, it's a client component, so we need to use client, like so. Okay, so here we're going to create an interface. We're going to name this props, and we're going to say children. It's going to be react.node, and we're going to destructure the children. So here we need to pass in the children because we're wrapping our entire application with the context. Okay, so we need to do global context provider, which we need to import global context provider coming from context, global context, like so. Perfect. So now we need to wrap this onto our application. Let's go to layout and do that. So children, cut that, and we're going to do, actually, let's wrap, just check the children and do context provider. So make sure you import context provider like this. Okay. Let's now get the authentication status. Let's go back to the context, and we're going to be using Axios to do our requests. So let's install that package, Axios. All right, and let's run again the project. So in here, we are going to import Axios like that. And what we're going to do, we're going to set Axios default base URL. We're going to set that to localhost 8000. That's our base URL, like this, okay? And we're going to set with credentials to true. Oops, defaults, and then with credentials, and then we're going to set that to true because we want to send the cookie. Okay, perfect. So we set that. Now we need to check for the authentication. So we're going to create some state. Const is authenticated, and set is authenticated. It's false by default. All right. And now we also want to get the Auth0 user. So const, the name is going to be Auth0 user, like this. And we're going to set Auth0 user. It's no by default. Okay. And I'm going to also do const. Let's do user profile. You can do the user profile in the jobs context, but let's do it here. User profile, set user profile. Okay. So the user profile, let's set it to an empty object for now. Okay. Perfect. So on initial render, as soon as I open the app, I want to get the status of the logged in user. I'm gonna use the use effect for that. And on initial render, so we're just going to leave the dependency array empty like that. And we're going to create a function, const check auth. That's the name of the function. It's going to be an async function, and we're going to run that function here on initial render. All right. So here we're going to run try catch, and let's set loading here. Set loading. We don't have loading yet, so we need to create that. Const loading and set loading to true. Okay, like that. And we just need to set loading. Let's set it false. Set loading to true, like that. Okay, and we are going to get a response, const a response or result. We're going to equal to await axios. We're going to get, okay, get, and the endpoint is API v1. Remember, we have set the base URL here already, so Access knows already what the best URL is, and the endpoint is check auth, like that. Okay, so if we have the result, we're going to set set is authenticated to response.data dot is authenticated, like that. Okay, you can kind of see what this data is if we do response.data here. So let's run this, let's save, and we're going to refresh the page and go to the console, refresh. Okay, so there's an issue here, use state is not defined, so we need to import use state, like that. So make sure you import use state here from React, save. Okay, so as you can see, it says authentication is false. Okay, I'm not sure if it's false, but yeah, it's saying we're not authenticated. Okay, let's see. 301. Let's check the status here. Let's try check auth. Okay, it's false. Yeah, we're no longer logged in anymore, so that's why it's false. Okay, perfect. So what we're going to do, I'm going to close this, and we have false authentication, and we are setting that into the state. Okay, it's going to be a true or false value. And now we are going to also set Auth0 user to response.data response.data.user. Okay, like this. .user. Remember, this response.data is returning the user object and also is authenticated property. That's why we're setting that to the data that's being returned to the state here. And we're just going to set loading to false, and we're going to catch the error COG. And here we're just going to say error checking auth, and then we're going to display the error, and then we're going to do finally setting loading to false. All right, so now we're checking for the authentication. We can see that we are not authenticated. Okay, perfect. So what we want is we also want to log in. We're going to set that up later. Okay, we can also check here. So if we're not authenticated, so authenticated, here we can say if not authenticated is authenticated, we are going to push. So route const router, because to use router coming from next navigation. Okay, so if we're not authenticated, router dot push, we're going to push to localhost htt localhost 8000 login. Okay, so let's try that. So refresh. Okay, we're not authenticated. Okay, so we're stuck in an infinite render here. So I'll get rid of this. We will actually, let's do the buttons in the pages here. So home page, link. So make sure you import link from next link href to http. There's no auto completion here. http local host, and it's 8000, and then it's going to be login like that. And let's put the login button like that. http. Okay, now let's try to log in. Click the button, login. Okay, it's actually authenticated because it's remembering the last user, because there's only one. So if I go to application, cookies, okay, so there's only one Google account in here. So that's why it's remembering the last account. So it's already logged in. So we should be able to see the authentication status. It's going to be true now. As you can see, authenticated is true. And also the user object. Okay, so if I refresh, authenticated is set to true. If I go back to the global context, we are console logging the response to data. So the response to data, it has the authenticated property and also the user object. And then we're setting that user object to this state and the authentication status to this state. Okay. Okay, save that. Perfect. So now let's get the profile of the user. Const get user profile. It's going to be an async function. And then we're going to run try catch like so. And we're just going to do an error. So yeah, I'm going to do const. So here for the profile, we are going to get that using the ID of the user. So ID here is to await. We're going to be using Axios, and then it's going to be a get request, and it's going to be user, API v1 user, and then the ID of that user. And we're going to set user profile to response to a data. You can COG this response to data if you want. Okay, so get profile. And what we can do, we can send that data here in the state. Okay, so we can have access to that in our application. So we can say is authenticated. Is authenticated. We don't need set. So we need get user profile, auth0 user, and is authenticated. So these are the properties that we want. So we're going to be able to access these on our entire application. Okay, perfect. So we want to get the user. So for example, I'll just copy this ID here, the sub, copy this. Let's see if we're able to fetch this user. Okay, and let's do a use effect here on initial render. Use effect like that, and get user profile. And we can use the auth0 user and the ID like that. So save, and let's refresh. So it says the ID is undefined. Okay, we're going to sort this later. Let's put the ID that we copied, put that in, and let's refresh. Okay, as you can see now, we're getting the user profile. There it is. That's the user profile. And let's see what auth0 user is outputting. Okay, so auth0 user is an object. And so it should work. Auth0 user.sub. Okay, it should work, but we need to check if we're authenticated first, actually. So instead of doing this, because there's a delay. So if you refresh, there's a bit of a delay to populate the state. So that's why it's not working properly. So we need to check if the authentication status is already updated. And then once we are certain that we have the status, then we're going to fetch. So here we're going to say if we're authenticated, if it's authenticated, and auth0 user, that's when we're going to fetch. Okay, so get user, and then auth user, and then the ID. like that. And then it's authenticated in the dependence and also auth user in the dependence array. So save that. And we can console log that here, and let's save now. As you can see now, it's working perfect. I don't know what's now here. Request, okay. User.data. Let me remove this. I don't know what is outputting now at the moment. Okay, I think that was the user.data. Okay, so now we have the user profile now. I will get rid of the console. Sweet. So now I'll also get rid of the router. We don't need it. Now we are going to go to page. Let's see if we have access to the authentication status. Use client. And then seconds here is authenticated, and it's coming from use global context like that. And we can console log the status. Okay, so refresh. As you can see now, it started at false and then it's true now. We're authenticated. Perfect. So everything is working. Our context is working. So now let's construct the home page. Let's let's fetch the jobs as well. Let's start by fetching the jobs, and then we're going to construct the user interface later once we have all of our data. Okay, so now I'll skip doing the user interface. Let's create another context that's for fetching the jobs. So jobs context .js. Okay, so this one is, we're going to do the same thing, import React from React. Okay, so now we are going to create a new context, same as what we've done earlier. So const jobs context and React create context. You can import context from React like so. Okay, const jobs context provider like that. And we're going to create a function to use this context. Export const use jobs context like that. Okay, and here we're just going to return use context and import that, and then we're going to use the jobs context. Okay, so this should be export const jobs context provider like that, and then here we're just going to return, and the value you can just say hello for now. Okay, so we have this context. We want to utilize this, so copy and go back to the provider, context provider, and here we're going to pass in the jobs context provider, and surround with the application. Okay, like that. Excuse me. Okay, so export jobs context provider. We need to make sure we're exporting that. Export const jobs context provider. What's the issue then? There's no member. Jobs context provider. Oh, this is coming from, I meant to say jobs context, not global. Okay, sweet. So let's go back to the jobs context, and we want to fetch the jobs. Okay, so for us to be able to fetch the jobs, we're going to start with, let's create some state. Okay, we also want to get the user profile. User profile is coming from global context. Okay, like that. Excuse me. And let's create some state. So we have state for jobs, and set jobs, and we need loading, and set loading, and we also want user jobs. So jobs that have been created by the logged in user, like that. You can name this whatever you want. Okay, so let's make sure we import use state and save. All right. And now we are going to create a job first. const. Let's start with getting the jobs, get jobs like this, and make sure we set the base URL up top here, Axios dot base URL, and also with credentials to true. And we're going to do a try catch here. Let's set loading first to true, loading to true. Okay. Yep, loading to true. And yeah, we're just going to fetch the data using get API v1 and then jobs. And then the response, we're just going to put that into this state here. Okay. So on initial render, we're going to fetch this data here. So we're just going to use a use effect to do that. And we're going to also use an empty dependence array. So let's do use effect. So get jobs, use effect. Okay, so make sure import use effect and the dependence array is empty, and get jobs. On initial render, we're going to fetch all of the jobs. We don't need to be logged in to be able to fetch the jobs. So anyone who's not logged in can fetch the jobs. So let's see, let's COG this to see if we have the jobs. Okay, jobs like that. So save, and let's check our console, refresh. So it's fetched. As you can see now, the data is fetched. You can also install this extension here, the React developer tools. You can also check your state here. We are the developer tools, and we're looking in the job context provider, and you can see the state here. There's 2 elements. That's what we've created. Okay, perfect. So now we can fetch the jobs. We want to be able to also create a job. Okay, so creating a job, we are going to require some values. So const create job. It's going to be an async function here. Okay, job. Okay, so set loading. Actually, we don't need to set loading here. Excuse me. Okay, so here we're going to do a console error creating job like that. Excuse me. Okay, so here we're going to do zo equal to Axios await Axios, and we're going to do a post request post, and the endpoint is v1, and we're going to pass in the job. Let's name job data just to be more precise. Job data. All right, and now we are going to display a toast. So we're going to be using a package called React Hot Toast. React Hot Toast. This is the package, and we need to install that. So copy React Hot Toast, and we're going to install the package. For some reason, it didn't work. npm install React Hot Toast. That's weird. Okay. Client. I'm in the client. Okay. I think the version that I'm using of React. So I'm on version. Let me check. I'm on version 90. Okay, so what I'm going to do, let's set this version to, I'm going to do 18 here, 18, and I'm going to do the same thing for the React DOM. Okay, like that. Oh, it should be 18. Okay, so you can do 18.0.0. Okay, and then let's reinstall the dependencies. npm I. Okay, and let's try to install React Host. Perfect. Now it's installed. We're going to do toast dot success. I believe that's the name of the. Let's import React Host first. Import toast from React Host. So it should be toast dot success. Yeah, job created successfully. Okay, so now we have the toast. If we have created a job, so we want our state to update in real time. So when we create a job, we want to see the updates instantly. So we're going to change the state. I'm going to get the previous data, prev jobs. Okay, and I am going to do a callback function here, and we're going to do response to data. The new data is going to be first, and then the prev jobs are going to be after the new data. Okay, like so. Save that, and we're just going to check. So I'm going to update the user jobs as well. User jobs. If user profile, oops, if user profile dot ID, like this. So if we have this ID, we're going to update set user jobs, prev jobs, and the newest job at the beginning and the old one last. Okay, perfect. And we're going to save that. So this is how we can create a job. We're not going to test this now because it requires for us to create a form and test. So we're going to create a form later. So now we're just focusing on creating these functions. So now we can create a job and we can get jobs. We want to also get the jobs of the which are created by the logged in user. Okay. So the logged in user, to get the jobs that are created by that, we're going to say const get user jobs. It's going to be an async function, and we're going to do response. Here we're just going to set loading. Going to set that to true, and we're going to do response and set user jobs. We are setting that response to data, and we're going to set loading to false, and we're going to do finally set loading to false, like that. So we have get user jobs. Okay, and by the way, we're going to take in the ID of the logged in user, like so. So I believe it's user and then the ID, like that. You can do plus like that, or you can use a template literal like that. Okay, so let's be more precise. User ID, like that. All right, so we can fetch the user jobs. So when do we want to fetch the user jobs? Maybe let's do a use effect. So use effect. So whenever the user profile changes, and then we're going to say if user profile.id, and then we're going to get user jobs. We're going to use the user profile.id to fetch the user jobs. Okay, and save. We can probably COG this, or you can check in the developer tools user jobs, and let's see what we got. Console refresh. Okay, we're not running the project, so we need to do that. npm run dev. It's taking ages to start up. Okay, let's try to refresh again. Okay, it's taking ages. Let's refresh. Okay, sweet. So we have the user jobs. So we're fetching the jobs that have been created by the logged in user. Okay, perfect. So now we also want to set up the search functionality, const search, we're going to do search jobs like this. Excuse me. Async. And here we're going to search. We're going to use the tags to search. And we're also going to use the location to search. And we're going to use the title to search. Okay. And now we're going to run try catch. So, perfect. So for the search, we are going to do const. We're going to build a query here. So const query, go to new URL search params. New URL search params. So if you want to learn more about this search params, you can search for it on MDN. You can see how it works. Okay. So we are now going to build a query. We can comment this out. Build a query string like that. So we're just going to check if a URL is like this. So if we're at, for example, search, if we have the tags like this, tags, we want to do something, tags, oops, yeah, tags. Or if we have title like this, we want to do something. We might also have also location like this, and put the query and stuff. So that's what we're doing here. Okay, so we are going to say if tags, let's do this in one line actually. So if tags, so if we have the tags, we are going to do query dot append, dot append, and then we're going to append the tags. So it's going to automatically build our URL. Okay, and then we're going to do the same thing for location and title. So as I said, the base URL is search, and then it's going to do like this, tags equal to blah, 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 and then it's going to do like this, location and title, as long as they are provided at the same time, or you can also leave out the tags, or you can leave out the location. So it's checking which property we have provided. You can provide all of them or just one of them. Okay, perfect. So let's put a comment here. Send the request. Okay, so const response equal to await Axios, and then we're going to do dot get like that, and then we're going to be using a template literal, and we're going to do the endpoint search, and then we're going to put in the query. Okay, and make sure you convert that to string. And the result, we're going to do set jobs, set the jobs to the response data, and we're going to set jobs to the response data like that. Okay, so now we are going to, by the way, we can set the loading here if you want to. Okay, and we can do a finally set loading to false. Super. So now we have the set jobs. So we also need to get the job by ID, get job by ID. By the way, we can test out this search functionality. So I can say, what can I name this? Search. I can include like, so no tags, no location, and then the title, I'll put like random text here. Save that. And let's refresh. So the jobs, let's COG. So this should be search jobs, and let's do jobs. Okay, so let's refresh. So search jobs. How interesting. There's how come there's data in here? So search jobs. Let's get rid of the get jobs here. Get rid of that. Refresh. As you can see now, search jobs is empty. But if I leave it as an empty string, we're going to return all of the data. So save the refresh. As you can see, we have all of the data. If I put something that does exist, test data 2. Okay, and let's refresh. As you can see, there's one item here matches this query here. Okay, you can also put tags and location if you want to. All right, so it works. All right. So what we now need to do is let's do get job by ID. Const get job by ID. It's an async function, and we're just going to do try catch. You can set up the loading if you want. Set loading, and we're going to do const response await. The endpoint is jobs, and then the ID of that job. Okay, and we're just going to return response to data here. Okay, and we're going to do like that and set loading to false. Okay, so we have the get job by ID. We also want to reach the like endpoint. Const like a job. Like job is going to take in the ID of the job. Try catch, and we're going to do const response is axios await axios dot I think it's a put request if I remember correctly. Let me go to check here on the server. Routes, job routes. So like it's a put request. Yep, it's a put request, and this is the wrong endpoint, so it should be like and then job ID like that. And we're going to get jobs here after we like. Okay, you can put like a toast here if you want. So toast to success, job liked successfully. That's entirely up to you. Okay, and we need to now we need to apply for a job. Apply to a job. Course apply to job, and it's gonna take in a job ID. Okay, and we are going to let's do const response await. It's going to be jobs apply, and then the job ID like that. And we're going to do toast to success, apply to job successfully. Okay, and we're going to get jobs like that, so we can get the latest update. Toast dot error. We can say error dot response dot data dot message like that. Okay, so we have a toast. Sweet. So, and the last thing that we want to do is delete a job. Delete a job. Delete job. So, and it's going to take in the job ID, jobs, and then the job ID, and then we're going to delete. And actually, let me do this because there's a lot of code I need to explain. So delete job. This is quite distracting at times. I'm just going to say ID here. Job ID. Okay, so try catch error. So we are outputting the error, and here I'm just going to await axios.delete. So that's the name of the request, and we're going to delete at this endpoint here. Okay, with the job ID, and I'm going to also update the job state, so we are going to see the deletion in real time. Otherwise, you aren't going to see the data working in real time, you'd have to refresh to see the latest data. Okay, so set jobs, we're going to get the prev jobs, and then we're going to return here. We're going to return previous jobs. We're going to filter. Okay, so prev jobs, we're going to get each job. Okay, so we're going to filter if the job ID, okay, so the job.id of the previous jobs is not equal to the new ID, to the ID that we send here. So we're going to return everything else except the one with the ID that we have passed in here. Okay, that's what we're doing. We're filtering out the job that we have deleted. Okay, and we're going to do the same thing for user jobs. We're just going to also filter out the job that we have deleted. So we're just going to get the previous data as well. Okay, so prev jobs like that, and then we're going to save. All right, so hopefully you understand what's going on here. And then we're going to do toast job deleted successfully, and we're going to save that. Perfect. So now we need to dispatch the data here. So we are going to send the jobs, loading, create job, and user jobs. And then we're going to dispatch everything here. Delete job. I believe that's it. Okay, perfect. Now we should have dispatched everything. We should have access to everything in our entire application. So on the next video, we're going to start creating the user interface. We're going to start with the home page. Okay, so let's get started by creating the user interface, and we're going to be using ChatCN for some of the components. And we're going to go to docs and installation, and we're going to select Next.js, and then we're going to copy the script ChatCN init for initialization, like that. Before we do that, I'm just going to create a components folder in here. Components. And we're also going to create a header component in here. It's actually a new file, header, tsx, like that. And now let's go with the default. I believe we want to go with zinc. CSS variable, let's just say yes. And it should initialize our project. Sweet. Now let's see. Okay, so let's go back to let's go to the home page. We actually need to install some components from ChatCN. So let's start with the card component. Card. Copy this installation. Paste that. And we need a button. Input. Label. Label. And we need a badge. But this is what I can remember for now. If we need more later, we will sort it out. Okay. So in the components, we should have the UI folder, which has these components here. All right. So let's start with what we have. Let's start with the header first, and then we're going to do everything else after the header. Okay. So this is going to be a header component. Header component. And let's do some styles. I'm going to set a padding top and bottom to 10. And a background and a text of gray, 500. And we're going to do flex, display flex, and justify between. Okay, justify between. And we're going to set the items to center. Items center, and we're going to save. Okay, we won't be able to see anything because we need to run the project again. Run that. Okay, so we're going to have three things in here. We're going to have a link coming from next link. Okay, link. And we're going to have an image in here. Make sure you import image from next image. Okay, so this link is going to go to the home page. The home page like that. So for the image, get rid of this image. So I'm going to use the logo.svg, svg, okay, svg. I don't have the logo yet, so we're going to put the logo in here in the public folder. So I'm just going to paste in an image. You can use any image that you want. Okay, I'm just going to paste in some images. I'm going to replace everything in here. Okay, amazing. So we should be able to have a logo now. If I go to the page, and let's make this main, and we need to render the header component. Okay, and let's refresh this. All right, so that's our header. You can see the logo here. It's just a random logo I've made in Figma. And we need an H1 in the header. So this one, the width and height, I'm going to set it to 45. 45, like so. Okay, sweet. So the header, I'm just going to say job finder, like that. And class name, I'm just going to set the font to bold, font extra bold, extra bold, and text to XL. And we're going to set the color to a purple color. It's actually indigo, I think. Okay. All right. Now we have the logo. We also need to go after the link. We're going to have a nav, and we're going to display flex, and we're going to set the gap to 8, and we're going to have an li here. Okay, and we're going to have a link, and this one is going to lead to find work, like so. Okay, and we can just name this find work. This should be an href. Find work, not word, work, like that. And I'll get rid of this class name here. All right. Now we can go to find work. When I click the link, but it's not showing. Is there somewhere? Okay, there it is. I can go to find work page. It's working. And now I just need to do some styles. Okay. And I'm going to do a class name. I'm going to use template literals here because I'm going to check if the path name. So let's get the path name equal to use path name next navigation, and let's make sure it's a client component. Use client. I'm going to check if the path is matching this path here. Okay. So I'm going to do path name equal to find work like this. And then I'm just going to set the text to a certain color. Okay. I'm just going to use that purple color, and I'm also going to set a border like that. Okay, so text to this color and border to that color, and also the BG opacity to this color. Okay. And I'm going to leave this as an empty string. Okay, like that. So path name, find work, like that. Perfect. Now, what we're going to do, we need some more styles. Let's do before here. PX, we're going to set that to 2. And then PX, actually no. PY, we're going to set that to 2. PX, we're going to set that to 6. Okay? 6. Perfect. So now I just need to duplicate this 2 more times. 1, 2. Okay, so the other one is my jobs. My jobs. Let's my jobs, like that. And the other one is going to be post a job. Okay. And this one, the link, it should be something like post, and change this endpoint to post. Okay, now save. So we should be able to have 3 items. Okay, so we need to get the status of the user if they are authenticated. Excuse me. Is authenticated coming from the global context. Excuse me. All right. So after this unordered list, we're going to do a div, and I'm going to flex items in here. Flex, and we're going to check if we're authenticated. Okay, is authenticated. I'm going to display profile. Otherwise, I am going to display some buttons. Okay, so it's going to be a div. And we're going to flex this div. Okay, so class name. So flex. Make sure we close this div. Okay, so this div is going to do flex items to center, and gap, we're going to set that to 6. Okay, perfect. So in here, we're going to have 2 links. Link. This is login. It's going to go to localhost. HTTP. Localhost. It should be localhost 8000. Localhost 8000 login. Okay, so make sure we have access to this link to the. It's going to the server and check the and login. Okay, so we have login. That's the link, and we're going to have a login icon here coming. Excuse me, from Lucid React, and I'm going to set the width and height instead of size. I'm going to set the width. Let's do first name. I'm going to set that to 4, and height. We're going to set that to 4. All right. And we have the button. We just need to do some styles. We're just going to set the border to that color. So let's do class name. So the border, we're setting the border to this purple color here, and the text is this color here as well. And let's give it some padding. So py, set that to 2, and px, we'll set that to 6, like so. Save that, and let's see. We're logged in. We can see profile because we're logged in. Okay, and we are also going to do a hover. So when I hover, I want to change the background. So hover, I'm going to do BG. I will copy this BG here, copy this color, and I'm just going to reduce opacity of this color. I'm going to set it to 10%. Okay, and we're going to do transition. We are going to do transition or like this. Okay, and we're going to do transition duration. It's actually duration. Let's set it to 200 and let's do is in and out. Save that. Okay, and let's go back here. Let's do class name, flex, item center, gap, I believe 4. You can, tweak around these values and see what you like. Let's do 2. So there it is. Okay. So we're missing px here. So this should be px to 10 and py to 6. Okay, perfect. So now I'm going to change the font. Let's go to layout and I'll get rid of this here, everything in here. Get rid of the fonts folder. We don't need the local font. Okay, get rid of the local font and we're going to import a Google font. So to import a Google font, we're going to use inter. So here we're going to do import inter. So to import inter, actually we're going to use Roboto from, it should be next font, and we're going to do Google like that. Const Roboto, go to Roboto like that. And then here we're going to take an object and then we're going to do subsets to Latin, weight. We're going to get 400, 500, and 900. So make sure these are strings. Okay, so it should be weight, not weights. So save. So here we are going to get rid of this. Let's just do roboto.class name like that. Save. And also we actually need to set up the toaster. So I forgot to do that. So here, make sure you import toaster coming from React hot toast like that. And the location is going to be the position, top center. That's where the toast is going to come from. Okay, that's perfect. Now we have the menu. Now let's go back to the page. Okay. So in the page, I'll start with a section. Class name, and I am going to, let's see what it looks like. Localhost 3000. So I'm going to do a gradient here. So I'm going to start from bg gradient from, let's do to bottom, bg gradient to bottom. And I'm going to start from this color here. And it's going to end at this color here. And the opacity is 5%. Okay, so this effect is 5%. Okay. So nothing here yet because we don't have any content in this section. That's why you don't see anything. Okay. And I'm going to let's set text primary foreground, and we're going to set py. Actually, I like putting padding at the beginning. py 20 like that. So there it is. Looks pretty good. Okay, so now let's add the content in here. Let's do a div, and we're going to do container. That's the name of the class, and setting the text to black. Okay, so class name, container, margin left and right is going to be auto, padding left and right 4, and the text is black. And we're going to do an h1. I'm just going to paste in the text. You can put in any text you want. in here, and we're going to add a class name and text for Excel, like that. And we're going to put that color. Okay, so this purple color here, and also on medium screens, the text is going to be 5XL and font bold and margin bottom 6. So there it is. Okay, and we're going to add a p tag, which is going to have a text here, connect. Okay, p tag, text XL, MB8, margin bottom 8, and we're going to have a div. So this div is going to have an input. Let's give the class name. Okay, and I'm going to set max width, max auto, oops, auto, and gap 4. And let's do, I'm not sure if we've installed the input, so let's try to render the input. Okay, we have installed the input, so make sure you import input from coming from components, input, type text, and placeholder, and class name, flex grow, PGY. All right, so that's the input. We can say job title or keyword. All right, and we're going to have a button after this coming from Shatcn. Okay, so make sure you import button here. Okay, let's use the search icon coming from Lucid React. Let's save that. All right, so that, as you can see, we have the button. Okay, perfect. And now let's move on to the next section, which is these cards here. We're going to be using a card component. I'm going to collapse this section. Okay, so this one, I'm going to add a padding top and bottom and also a background color. All right, so we have a div in here, which is going to be container, max auto, and we're going to do px to 4. Okay, and we're going to have an h2, something like why choose us. Okay, actually job finder, not choose us. Why choose job finder, like that. And we're going to style this class name, font extra bold. Okay, and the text I'm just going to set to that, this color here, like that. And I'm just going to do this, put it in a space here, class name, and I'm just going to set the text to 3XL and margin bottom 12 and font bold. Okay, there it is. So this is the BG color, and we're going to have a grid of cards. So h2 div, we're going to display grid cause 1 for medium screens, like that. All right, so we have a grid of 3 items. I'm going to create an array of features. Okay, so we are going to have an icon, So we need a briefcase icon. Briefcase. Okay, I believe the width is going to be something like 6. It's just icon coming from Lucid React. Okay, so we now need a title. I'm just going to paste the rest of the properties here so I don't waste your time doing this one by one. So we have a description, benefits, it's an array, and CTA, and the link where it's going to send us to. I'm just going to paste the rest of. You can duplicate this as many times as you want, but I'm just going to duplicate this 2 more times. And users. All right, and building coming from Lucid React. Okay, save that. Now we just need to map through these. Okay, so it's an array of objects. Let's go down here and map, and we're going to return a card. Okay, so here we're going to do features. Oh my. Features.map. I'm going to get a feature and index. All right, so feature and index, and we want, what do we want here? So we are going to display a card. Okay, so here we're going to do card. So coming from components, card. What's going on here? Key, because it's a list. Key. Okay, like that. And we need to, let's see, boom, 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 boom. Okay, save that. I will get rid of these styles here. We're gonna add some custom styles. So let's do flex column, number height full, rounded extra large, and border to none, like that. So we don't see anything yet, okay? Because we don't have any padding or anything. So flex column, height full, and we're going to have a card header. Okay, card header, that, and we're going to have a div. I'm going to do feature.icon, and I'm going to give it a width. So width 12, height 12, rounded full, PG primary, flex. Okay, and let's save this. So there it is. Now we need to do a title. Feature.title, so something like this. Okay, and we're going to give it a class name, text, Excel, and MB2, like that. And we need a description. Description, save. So there it is. We have the description. Okay, and we need the card content. Oops. Card content. So make sure you're importing these components here. Card content, and we're going to have an unordered list, UL. Okay, and we're going to set flex grow here. Okay, UL, and we're going to map through the features. So feature.map, like that. So here we're going to display a list, like that. Okay, so we are mapping through the features and a list. Okay, and I'm just going to change this icon here and put the one coming from Lucid React, I am going to use check circle icon, this one, width and height. Let's set it to 5, and let's give it a green 500 for the text. Okay, and set the flex shrink to 0, empty 0.5. Save. So there it is. It's there, but we need to get rid of this one here, width and height. Excuse me. So I'll get rid of this class name. We can get rid of this span entirely, actually. It's unnecessary. Okay, save. And yeah, there it is. So there's a list of items here. Okay, so flex, item start. Actually, let's do a bit of a gap. Let's do 2. Yeah. I mean, let's see. Okay, let's leave it like this. Okay, let's do class name space y. I'm gonna set that to 2. So it should be more spaced out now. Yeah, I think this is better. And we're going to do a card footer. Like so. And we're going to have a button in here. Button. And like this. Let's do a link. Okay. So here we're going to do feature.cta. Okay. And we're going to do an href. And we're going to do the same thing. Feature.cta link. Like that. Okay. So we should have a button here. And let's see if we need to do some styles. As child. Excuse me. Like that. Okay, let's save. Okay. That's reasonable. All right. Yeah, I think that's reasonable. Oh, there's something wrong with this button here. Login. Weird. Okay. Let's see. In the header. Login. Okay, I think we're missing px. Login px. We have py, px, border. Let's do rounded md. Okay, we need to flex this. Flex item center, like that. And let's give it a gap. Okay, so for the gap, you can give it, I don't know, something like 4. Yeah, I think that does it. Okay, we need to also duplicate this so we can have a register button. So we have gap, div, duplicate. Oops, I need to duplicate the link only, like that. So this is the register. Okay, so we have register. I'm going to change the bg for this register button here. So we have Let me see what it looks like in the original. Okay, so this has a BG. All right. Have a 10. I want to put it to 90. Border text. I'll copy this. I'll set a BG. It's actually BG, like that. Okay, and the color, I'm going to set that to white. Text white, like that. Oops. I'll get rid of this. Text white. Okay. I think this will do it. Okay. So for login, by using login, let's do register. Let's see if we have to register. We don't have register. User. Okay, let's import user and save. Yeah. Let's see if we have user plus. We do have user plus. Let's save that. Okay, so we can register, login. Perfect. Now let's scroll down. Let's go back to page. Okay. After this, we're going to have a badge. So the variant is going to be outline, like that. And we're going to give it a class name and text SM, font medium, border gray, 400, like that. And I'm just going to put in a text. And let's do a class name here. Margin top 12, text to center. Okay, so that's it for this section. We're going to do another section. And it's going to have a PY of 7 RAM. And we're going to do a div in here. And it's going to have a container, text center, and we're going to do an H2, which is going to say something like class name, and then we're going to set text to 3XL. We're going to say ready to get started. Okay, something like that. Save, and we're going to have a div after that. And we're going to have 2 buttons in this div. And we're going to set the display to flex. Display, flex, and the flex column, MD, flex row, and justify to center, and a gap of 4. And we're going to have a button in here, size, LG, something like that. And the variant, we're going to set that to outline, like that. Okay, and we're just going to say as child. Okay, and link is going to be find work and close. Okay, so find work, and another one, it's going to be post. Save that. So there it is, post a job. Okay, and the variant should be outline also, like that. Let's see. Okay, we just need to make sure the background is different. So this one, Okay, so let's give it a class name. Parent outline. Let's leave the variant for this one. Let's just use the primary one. So primary and outline. Okay, so the final thing that we want is going to be the footer. So we're going to create a footer components, and we're going to do footer.tsx, reject functional component, and this is going to be a footer, like so. And we're going to render the footer like that. Sweet. And we're going to give it a class name, py12, and we're going to set the bg to white. And let's do a div in here. Let's do a p tag, and we're going to use the HTML entity copy like that. That's how we use an HTML entity. And I'm going to do a new date, and we're going to do dot get full year, the current year, like that. Okay, and I'm just going to add a text here saying job finder, all rights reserved. Okay, and I'm just going to style this mx auto, it's going to be centered. Px, I'm going to set that to 4. Text center, text black, and save. So we should be able to have a footer now. Okay, so there's our footer. So that's our home page. We can click these buttons, and now we're logged in. You can see the profile. Okay, that's perfect. And actually, we need to sort these buttons out. We're going to sort them later once we create the pages. Actually, let's create the pages before we do anything. So pages. So the first page is find work, and I'm going to do page.tsx in here. It's going to be a functional component. Okay, so find work. If I click, it should show active, but we need to render the header here. Render the header. So find work, it's active, but it's not showing the BG. We're going to fix that. So header, and another one is going to be my jobs. TSX, and let's render header that. Okay, and finally we need post. Oops. Okay, so let's save. So now we should be able to navigate between these pages. Okay, but the nav bar is not working, so let's fix that before I go. Okay, so I'm checking path name. Okay, so path name, find work. So path name, we got to find work. Text is this color. That's weird. It's actually slash find work like this. Okay, let's save. Okay, now it's active, but my jobs is not working. It should be like this. My job and post like this. Okay. Yep. And this should be rounded probably. And let's do rounded MD like that. Rounded MD, save. So yeah, it's working. This one goes to the home page, and we can click these buttons here. That's perfect. I'll see you in the next video. We are now going to create the profile. Let's go to components and let's create a profile with TSX. Let's go back to header and we're going to render profile in here. Profile, like so. Sweet. So we should be able to see profile. And let's go to Shatian and we're going to be looking for a drop down. Where's the drop down? Drop down menu. And I'm going to copy this. Okay. And I'm just going to stop the app from running and paste. Okay. And I'm just going to copy this import. I'm going to paste in here. And it should be capital letter C, components. And we're importing the drop down now. Okay. So let's see. What do we have? So let's, actually, this is the wrong component. We need to do this in the profile. And this is the client component. Use client. So for us to be able to use the drop down, we can copy here. Okay, so we can copy this, some of this stuff here. Excuse me. So what we can do, I'm going to copy some of this and I'm going to paste. Actually, the ones that I want is settings. So I want settings and logout. I'll get rid of the rest of the icons here. Okay. So we have the button. So drop down menu. I'll copy this drop down menu here, this whole thing. Copy. We're going to remove some of it. Copy that. And we're just going to return the drop down menu like so. And get rid of this. Drop down item. I'll leave the separator. Okay, let's see what we want to get rid. So we have group. And this should be, let's see the original. So let's log in here. So this should be settings. 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 And we need to import the button. Drop down menu, group, components. Seems like separator. We need to close like this. Okay, save that. Go back to the original. We don't see anything yet because we need to run this. npm run dev. Okay, so let's refresh. Okay, it's taking ages to refresh. Okay, so let's log in. Okay, open. Yeah, we do have this. Nice, but this should be logout. Okay. Let's go down here. So actually, I'll just get rid of this here so we can start from scratch. Okay, so we have the drop-down menu. I'll just do some styles first. Trigger. I'll cut this. Let's do div, and I'll paste in this one here, and I'm going to display flex this. Okay, display flex, and the trigger is going to be cursor pointer. Cursor to pointer. Okay, and I'm going to do an image, so that like the user. Okay, trigger is to image. All right, so we need to import image from next image, like so, and we're going to display the user .png. We're going to put the actual image later here. Okay, and we're going to set this to 36. Okay, and rounded, we're going to set that to LG, and that's it for the trigger. And as for the content, width, I'm going to leave it 56, and align, I'm going to set that to end, like so. And we need the label, drop down menu label, like that. And we're going to have a div in here, and we're going to display flex and put a p tag. Let's do flex. Actually, not this one. First name flex, and we're going to do flex column and space y. We'll set that to 1, and we're going to display p tag, 2 p tags. So this one is going to be the name, code dealer. We're going to change this later. Dealer, and email, like that. Okay. Let's save that, and we're going to have a separator. So menu label, and then we're going to do a separator, like that. Another one, and we're going to create an item here. Item, and we're going to display settings, span settings, and margin right to, height and width set to 4. Save that. Click. As you can see now, we have settings and name and email here. And we need to do the same thing. Just duplicate this, and we're going to use logout. Logout, like that. Okay. And this is going to be logout. Excuse me. And when I click, I want to push. Actually, class name, cursor pointer, on click, I'm going to push to a specific link, router dot push, and I'm going to push to logout because I want to log out. So the endpoint for logout. So this is by default Auth0 creates the endpoint login, logout, and some other callbacks. I think there's 5 in total. So we are going to push to logout, and we need to import router. Const router equal to use router coming from next navigation. Okay, so the other thing that we want to get is the logged in user. Okay, so to get the logged in user, we are going to say const, we're going to get user profile coming from use global context like so. And we're going to destructure some properties from this user profile. We're going to get the profile picture, name, profession, and email. Okay. So we are going to display that data. Let's do drop down trigger, flex. Let's do badge here. Badge. And we're going to show profession. Profession. All right. And here we're going to show the name and email like that. And here we're just going to check if we have the profile picture. Otherwise, if it's loading, we're going to show the default image called user.png. Okay, save that. And we need to set up our domains. Go to the next config. I believe it's images and then domains, and it's going to be the Google domain. Okay, this one here, Google. So if your profile picture is from Google, you need to add that to the list of domains, or if it's from GitHub, you need to add that to your list of domains. Now let's refresh this page. Okay. It's taking ages. I'm just going to close others. Save that. Okay. Now, as you can see now, we have this logged in user profile. You can put a border if you want to. So we can also log out. So click log out. We should be logged out. Okay. Log out. Excuse me. We need to sort out log out. So if I go to Auth0, let's go to settings. So allowed logout URLs. So this should be 3001 like that. And let's change. I think that's what we need to change for now. And let's save. Okay. And let's we're on the wrong one. So here, come back. Let's try to log in. We're logged out. Let's log out. Log out. Okay, something is going on. Let me see why. Oh, this is not supposed to be a slash here. I just realized the mistake. It's a minor mistake. We need to add a redirect. So let's go back to the server. So here we're going to do routes. Actually, if you go into the config of Auth0, so we need routes in here. Okay, so here we need to configure the redirect route. Okay, so we're going to do post logout redirect, and we're going to redirect to the client URL after we log out. Okay, and save that. Let's refresh. So now let's try to log in. Okay, so continue with Google. All right, and now let's try to log out. Okay, and now it's redirection back to the client. That's perfect. Let's log in again. Continue with Google. That's perfect. Okay, so now we need to create a form for us to be able to create a job. Okay, if I go to post a job, so there's going to be these steps here. Okay, so if I do this, I complete some of the required steps, it's going to highlight that we've completed this section. We can move on to the next one. Okay, like that. Perfect. Okay, so let's start with that. Let's start with creating state to do this. So we need a state to do this. So let's do in the global context. I'm going to collapse server, and I will close everything. So we are pretty much done with the profile. Let's go to context. Let's create a new folder first. Okay, let's name it something like job post. Components in here, job post. Okay, so in the job post, we are going to create a job form. Job form.tsx. Okay, like that, and then I'm going to save. Okay, so that's the job form, and that's what's going to be responsible for creating the job. Okay, job form. So now what we're going to do, we are going to do in the post. Let's do post. Where's post? Okay, there's post. Okay, and we're going to have an h2 here. We can name this create post. Okay, so create a post, and the width is going to be 90% MX auto and flex 1. And I want to do flex here, class name, flex column, like that. And we're going to have a div, and that's where the job form is going to be, and save that. And we're going to do a class name, flex, we're going to set it to 1, pt 8, padding top, and width, we're going to set that to 90%, MX auto, and flex, justify center, item center, like that. All right, I'm going to close chat.cn and post a job. So there's our job form, like that. All right, I am just going to go back to job form. So let's start with job form. I'm going to give it width of full and display flex. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to have like a small menu section here, this one here. So let's start with that. So div, like so, and we are going to create a variable called sections. So we're going to have some sections, const sections. It's going to be an array. So we are going to have the about section. So we have the about, job details, skills, location, and summary. So it's these sections here. That's what we're creating. So sections. Okay, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to do const current section. I'm going to select from sections. I'm going to select the first section, which is going to be about by default. So this state is selecting the about section. Okay, and then we can handle change. We need to import use client, and we need to handle section const handle section change. Okay, it's going to take the section name, which is the type of string, and here we're going to set current section, set current section to section. Okay, whatever we pass in here is going to be the new current section. Okay, that's perfect. So we have that. We need to get a color for each section, but we're going to do that later. But now we are going to display the sections. Let's do class name and do the styles. Okay, so I am going to set width to 10 rem, flex column, bg white, rounded md, shadow sm, and overflow to hidden. So it should have a white background. We don't see it yet because we need to go to global, and let's set the global background of the body. So down here, let's do body, and we're going to set a background color to this color here. So we're going to see if we have a BG white. Perfect. So let's go back and let's continue working on the job form. Okay, so we are going to start with mapping through the sections. Okay, and I'm going to go in here. I'm going to do sections.map. I'm going to get each section, and in here we're going to do a button. Okay, so we're going to display a button for each section, and we're going to have a span, and we're going to do index plus 1. Index, we're going to add 1. We don't have the index, so we need to get index here. Index plus 1. And we are also going to put the name of this section here, and we are going to check the current section if it's active. So current section equal to section. I'm going to display span, and I'm going to give it a class name, and I'm going to give it a width of 1, rounded to full. So width is going to be 1, height full, absolute, left 0. Okay, and we are going to set relative position onto the button. Okay, class name is going to be template intro here. So let's do padding left. Let's do 4, and we're going to set position to relative, flex, soft start, and we're going to set items to center, and we're going to set the font to medium, like so. So there it is. It doesn't work yet because we have not worked on the click functionality. Okay, so I'm just going to check. I'm going to check current section. Oops. Let me go to the next line. Current section equal to section, and then I am going to give text to that purple color. Otherwise, I'm going to set that to gray, like this. Okay, so current section is purple, otherwise it's gray. All right, that's good. Now we are going to work on the span class styling. I'm going to set it's actually going to be a template intro as well. And let's start width and height, and set the text gray to gray 500 and the border gray to 60% of gray 400, like that. And rounded, we're going to set that to full. As you can see, rounded is full here. Nice. Okay, so we have the styles for that, but I'm going to check if the current section is active. So here, I'm going to check current section equal to section. I'm going to set the text to white. Okay, and don't set the BG, just the text. We're going to set the BG later, like so. Okay, perfect. And now we finally, we're going to set the BG in a minute. Now we just need to, let's see, items, soft start, flex, column, width and RAM. Okay, why is there no gap in between them? So inspect. Okay, so it's a list. Because it's a list, we need to give it a key. We're going to set that to index. Perfect. And let's inspect here. Soft start. Let's inspect. Overflow hidden. Okay, so PL, so PY3. Okay, so this button has a PY of 3. Okay, so like that. So there's a PY of 3. Perfecto. Okay. Now let's work on the click. So when I click this button, we're going to handle. On click, we're going to handle section change. Okay, we're going to set it to section, to whatever section we click on, because the handle section takes in the string object. Okay, so I can click now. It's showing the active item. Okay, so now we want a way to get the background color. Okay, so what we're going to do, I'm going to create a variable based on if we have the title and also if you have filled in the inputs. So let's do that. So first off, we are going to need some state. Okay, so we are going to go to the global context and we're going to create some state. Excuse me. Where's the global context? Okay, here. We're going to create state for a lot of things. Let's start with the job title. Input state. We could do this, we can simply do this in one function, but I don't want it to be messy. So I'm just going to make this simplified as possible. Const job title. It's going to be an empty string at the beginning, and then job description, empty string. Const salary. It's going to be 0 at the beginning. That's the salary. And we're going to do active employment types. Const active employment types should be types. Okay, so this one is going to be an empty array. And we're going to need salary range. And it's going to be something like this, like 0, 0. Okay. But actually, salary active employment types. Let's do salary type, not range. So by default, it's going to be year, not yearly. I'm just going to do year like this. Okay, so salary type, and we're going to have negotiable. Oops. Negotiable, and by default, it's going to be false. And tags, by default, it's going to be an empty array. And we're going to need skills. By default, it's going to be an empty array as well. And we're going to need location. So location is going to be an object. And then we have country, city, and we have address, like so. So that's for the location. And I'm going to dispatch a lot of things. So first off, we're going to handle input change. We're going to handle, let's do it at the bottom here. Handle input change. Const handle title. We can simply do this in one function, but I'm just going to simplify this as much as possible. Okay, so set job title and e.target.value. I'm going to trim start. I'm going to get rid of the empty space at the beginning. Trim start. Okay, and that's the handle title change and handle description change. We're going to do the same thing, and we're going to handle salary change, e.target.value, like that. Okay, so that's what we need for now. If we need more later, we're going to add them later. Okay. And now what we're going to do, I'm just going to dispatch all of the stuff we've created here: job title, job description, active employment types. Okay. And handle. Actually, we have salary type, negotiable, tags, skills, location, handle. Okay, so save that. And we're going to go back to the job form and we're going to get those properties. Const. So here we're going to get the job title. All of those properties, we're going to get them in here. Okay, and they're coming from use global context, like that. Okay, so we're getting these properties and we are going to render a background color based on whether those details have been completed. I'm just going to name this complete color, something like that. And it's going to take in the section name. Okay. And we're just going to run a switch section depending on what section it is. So case, if it's the about section, we're going to return. So we're going to check for the job title. Oops. Job title. And we're also going to check the active employment. I'll show you what I mean. So here we're going to check for the job title and also for the active employment types. If it's greater than 1, then we're going to set this to complete. So the title is there, but this one is not checked. If I check, it's complete because it's greater than 1, greater than 0, I mean. Okay, so active employment types dot length is greater than 0. Okay, and then we're going to set a background color and the text of white. Okay. Otherwise, we're just going to set it to BG gray 300. Okay, so case about, and we're going to return. Okay, like this. Okay, so we have the about case now. We need to do the case for this, and location and everything. So I'm just going to paste in the rest of the cases here. So case job details. So we have job details. We're going to check if the job details, we're checking if these two have been completed, the salary and the text here, we're checking if it's been completed. And then we're going to be able to activate the PG color. And for skills, we're checking the skills length and the tags length, which is going to be these two. And for location, we're just checking if one of these is filled in, location, city, or country. As long as one of them is filled in, we're going to activate the background color, and then we're going to return the default color. Okay, perfect. Now we just need to display that. And it's going to be, where is it? Span on click. So current section text equal to white. And I'll just do this. Get completed color, and then we'll put in the section here and save. Perfect. So as you can see now, it's working now, but nothing is completed. That's why you see the background color is not activated. Okay, that's good. Now we need to conditionally render the components. Okay, so I'm going to create a function excuse me, to render these components. I'll save this. I'll do it after here. I'm going to say const render stages. It's going to be a function like this. And then we're going to switch current section depending on what section it is. Okay, so if it's case about, we're going to render the about component. Case location, we're going to render the location component, and so on. Okay, so now we just need to create these components here. We have the job title, title.tsx, React functional component, export, and we're going to render and import the component in here. And the next one is job details, and functional component, export, and make sure you are importing these components. Job skills, okay, React functional component, export, save that, and we're going to import job skills and job location. We also need to add a default state. We can do that later. TSX export, and we're going to render that component. Okay, so we have render stages. Okay, so we need to display that render stages. I am going to collapse this div here, and we're going to have a form in here. and we're going to render stages like that. Okay, so we are going to style this form as well. Class name and p, we're going to set that to 6, that's padding, and we're going to set the bg to white, and we're going to set rounded to lg, and we're going to set self start like so. And let's save that. As you can see now, we can switch between these components here. Okay, we don't need to create a summary component. You can create a summary component, or you don't need to. So we're going to do summary in here. I'm just going to create a div. So this is going to be the summary component. I'll just do it in here rather than creating an external component. I'll do a flex display, and I'm just going to check if current section equal to summary. Actually, if it's not summary, if it's not equal to summary, okay. So if it's not equal to summary, I'm going to display a button that's going to do next. So div, it's actually button, and it's going to be next. So we want to go to the next page. So as long as it's not summary, we're going to see this next button here. Okay. If it's summary, the next button is not there. That's what we want to do. Otherwise, if it's not summary, we're going to do another one here. Current is summary. We're going to do a button. And it's just going to say post job. Okay. So we just need to style these buttons here. So class name, I am going to give it a BG. So the type, it's going to be type button. And I'm going to give it a BG of that purple color and text to white. And here, type is going to be submit. And I'm going to give it a class name. And I am also going to give it the same styles like that. So BG, text white, and rounded MD. So that's next. Okay. And post a job. Now we just need to do it on click. So when I click, we want to go to the next. So on click, we're gonna run a callback function in here. We're gonna say const. We're gonna get the current index, and then we're going to do index of. Okay, so index of. You can have a look here what it does. So the index of returns the first index of the element that is given. So for example, if I do Bison, the first index that has Bison is going to be returned, even though there's another one here. It's going to return the first one it finds, okay? Index of current section, and we're going to do set current section to sections current index -1. Like so. Go back. Okay, so it's working. I can go next. Okay, so create a job post. Summary, post a job, it's submitting form. Next, job skills, job title. Okay, refresh. Next. Something weird is going on. So set current section, sections current index, current section. It's actually +1, not -1. That's why it's cycling in the wrong way. +1. So we want to go to the next one. Next. Okay, it's working. Perfect. It's cycling properly. And what we want to do now is work on these actual components. So we're going to be using some form data here. Let's go start with the job title. For the job title component, let me just double check to see if I will close everything here. Not close all, but I was meant to close others. Okay. Let's see if we need, let's do use client here. Use client. Okay, so for the use client job title, so let's start with an interface. So interface Let's do employment types. Employment types, type props. That's not what I'm. So we have full time. It's going to be type of string. We have part time. We have contract, and it's going to be Boolean. Oops, Boolean, and we have internship, and we have temporary, like that. And we're just going to get that. Actually, we are not going to. There's no need to do this. Okay, so now we need to create a component. So we have job title. Let's see. We need to destructure some properties. Const. So we are destructuring handle title change, and set active employment types coming from use global context. So we need to make sure we dispatch this set. Let's go to global context and let's see if we have. So we need to dispatch set active implement types, like that. Okay, so now we're going to say const implement types, like that. Okay, so full-time, temporary, like that. Okay, so we have the implement types, and we're going to handle implement change. Implement type change, like so. And we're going to set employment types. All right, and actually let's get the previous data. Okay, so in here we are going to we're going to get the prev, and we not rev but prev, and e.target dot name prev. Let's do type here instead of e. Let's do type, and this one is going to be, let's do key of employment types. Okay, like that. Type. Oh my days. Not prev. Type, like so. Save that. Okay, and we need to know which element that we have selected. We're going to do that later anyway. Now let's just do a class name, and we're going to add a padding and a border to this. Padding 6, flex column, gap, PG background, and border, and rounded LG, like that. All right, so we're going to have a div in here, and we're going to render a separator. I don't think we have installed this component here. We need to add that. Let's stop the app from running. npm, it's actually not npm, shadcn add separator. Wrong spelling. Let's see, let's go back to shadcn components, separator. Okay, we're adding the separator. Let's see the name. Okay, separator. I think I was doing the wrong spelling. Okay, so make sure it's imported. Yep. So we have that, and we are going to, let's see, it's coming from separator, not drop down menu. It's coming here, capital letter C. All right, so we have that. We are going to have a div and a div here. So the first div is going to be a grid, and we're going to set the gap to 6. Gap to 6. Okay, and we are going to display a label and then the input after the label. So div and class name flex, we're going to set that to 1. And we're going to have an h3, which is going to say job title, and a label, which is going to say, put a text, whatever text you want in here. So make sure you import label. So label coming from UI label, like that. Okay, perfect. And let's save this and let's run npm run dev. So we have the label, and we need to render the input after this div. So input coming from UI, so make sure it's installed, and then type text, and then ID. It's going to be job title and value job title, and on change handle title change, and I'm going to give it a flex one and a placeholder, like that. So save that. Let's refresh. Okay, it's taking ages to rerun. Okay, so there's our input, but it's not filling in the whole width. Let's inspect. Width full div. Okay, so form we are setting. Okay, so let's go back to job form. Job form. Oh, wait, let's set flex to 1, like that, and go back to job title. Okay, as you can see now, it's working. Perfect. We can click and it's working. And now we need to add these inputs here, the checkboxes. Okay, let's go back to job title. We have a separator, and we are going to create another div with the same grid. So we're using the same grid here, up top here. Same grid, and we're going to do a div flex one, and we're going to do an h3 and also a label. We've done this before in this div here, h3 and a label and h implement type. After that, we're going to do a div. We're going to show a list of checkboxes. Okay. Let's do class names for the div. So it's going to be flex1, and we are going to get object.entries. So we're just going to map through object.entries and implement types, and then we're going to map, and then we're going to get type value, like that. And we are just going to do a div here. Okay, and we also need a key, and then we're just going to set the key to the type because it's we're mapping, so it's going to be a list of elements. That's why we need a key. Let's see if we need a check. I think we have not installed checkbox. Let's do checkbox. Okay, so add the checkbox. All right, so now we've added the checkbox. Let's rerun again the project. We've added the checkbox. Now we just need to style this div here. Class name, I'm going to set flex item center space x22 border and border input and round it to MD. And in here, we're going to display a checkbox UI checkbox like that. ID equal to type, and we are checked. We're going to set that to value. It's actually, so we can name this checked instead of value. Checked like that. And we're going to do on checked change, on checked change, and we're going to run a callback function in here. And then we're going to handle implement type change, okay, like that. And then we're going to do a label and type, and then we're going to display the type label like that. We just need to style this label. We're going to set the text to SM, text small, and font medium leading to none. That's the line height. Appear disabled, guests are not allowed. Okay, and save. And we're going to refresh this page. All right, so we should have the checkboxes now. Good to go. Okay. Okay, so we have not worked on the, let's see, that's weird. You should enter title. We should change the BG because we have the title. Actually, we need to do a use effect. Okay, so we're going to do a use effect. Make sure you import use effect. Okay, so based on implement types, selected types. Okay, object.entries, and we're going to pass in the implement types, and then we're going to filter implement types to filter, and we're going to get the type. It's a callback function. And here we can, we can return in here. So we are going to return implement types, and then we're going to do type, and then we're going to do as key of implement types. Okay, type as key of. Okay, so let's see, type of string. That's weird. Implement types type. Okay, so implement types type. That's weird. We're going to come back to this later. Let's set active implement types to the selected types. Let's see, select. Let's refresh this. Weird. Object.entries, filter. Let's see, go back. So we have full-time, part-time, contract, internship, use effect, object.entries. Actually, not entries. We need to get the key. Object.keys. Okay, so the key of each object. Okay, so now it's working. Okay, so as long as we selected something and the title, there's something in the title, the BG is going to be active. All right, so now we need to do the job details. And for that, we're going to use something called React Quill. it's going to allow us to go back. It's going to allow us to use the WYSIWYG. So React queue. All right, so let's install that. So actually, this one is the old one, React queue new, I believe that's the name, because this one is being updated to the new version. Okay, the old one is not updated, so that's why we are using this new one here. We're going to run npmi, the new version, and in the job details, I will close everything here, close all, and let's go to job details, and we're going to use client. All right, and let's run this, npm run dev. Okay, let's create a function here, const my editor, like that. And we're going to create, actually, let's do as a function, like a named function like this, my editor, like that. And we're going to get set job description from use global context, and we also want the job description. Okay, so make sure you export this, set job description, like that. Okay, and we're just going to return, we need to import React queue. Okay, so to import React queue, we need to import React queue from React queue new. That's the package we've installed. Okay, so we have the editor now. We're going to return React queue like that. And on change, we're going to set job description and the job description. And we can also add some custom styles here. I'm going to say style. I am going to set min height to something like 400 pixels, max 900. Okay, and we're going to say modules toolbar. I'm just going to set that to true, and let's give it a class name. I'm just going to give it a custom class name, custom queue editor. Okay, we're going to style using this class later. Okay, so now we're returning the React queue WYSIWYG, and we need to go back down here, and we're going to style this. We are going to give it the same styles we've given the title, flexco, PG background, and a border. Okay, and we're going to display a grid in here. We're going to have a div. It's the same thing that we've used, and we're going to do grid and columns to 2, and gap, we're going to set that to 6. And I'm going to set the label and the title. So label, so make sure you import label, UI coming from components. That's a ShadCN component. Okay, so now we have the label, and I'm going to have a div after this label. Class name, flex, I'm going to set that to 1. And I'm going to display my editor. My editor, like so. So let's see if we have anything at all. So save, refresh. Okay, so looks weird. The styles looks weird, but we're going to fix this. We need to import the styling. Okay, so to import the styling, we are going to import the CSS styles import, It's React. We're going to use this snow.css. Okay. React quill new dist quill snow. As you can see now, there it is. There's our WYSIWYG. But we need to style this. I'm going to select this custom style. And we're going to go to global CSS. And I'm going to target the class name. Okay. So what we're going to do, I'm just thinking. Okay, so custom quill editor. And then I'm going to target dot quill toolbar. Okay, by the way, you can inspect element and see what this class is. So you can inspect any of these and see the classes. Okay, so the class names, you can mess around with the class names, but I'm gonna mess around with the toolbar. I'm going to give it a border, and also I'm going to give it a rounded top LG, like that. So if I go back, there it is. So rounded top LG, like this. And I'm going to target the container, and I'm going to give it a border as well. So quill editor, that's the custom class name, and the container, I'm going to give it a border, a bottom left LG, and rounded bottom right LG, like that. So it's going to have something like this, nicely rounded. Okay. And I am going to select the editor, min height 400 pixels, max height 900, and then I'm just going to set the border to transparent. Height, I'm going to set this to 900. Okay, and I'm just going to do a scroll bar. I'm going to select the this one, editor here, and I'm going to do a scroll bar for that, a custom scroll bar, and reduce the width of the scroll bar. Okay, and then I'm going to give it a color. So let's see, there it is. So now it looks good. Now we need some buttons here, down here. That's going to say negotiable and the salary. Let's go back to the job details and do that. Okay, but we need a separator. Go back. Separator. Okay, and I'm going to give it margin, top and bottom 2, and we're going to have a div here. I'm going to put a grid. Oops, a grid, and I'm going to display that label, talking about salary, label, and an H3. So we should be able to see a label here, salary, and now here we need to do the inputs, which are going to be the checkboxes. All right, so after this div, I'm going to create another div, and then I'm going to do an input. So the type is going to be number, and then salary, and the salary change. Let's go to global. Let's see, handle salary change. Yep, it's exported. So let's import salary, and handle salary change. All right, actually it should be imported down here, in this component here. So we're going to import handle salary change, context, use global context. We need to import, some reason it's imported, but for some reason it's not working. Cannot find name, use global context. It's global context. Okay, so set negotiable and set salary type. I don't think we are exporting these. All right. So now we are importing these properties, and input, we need to import input. Okay, so type number, salary, and we need to repeat the same thing for other. So let's refresh. So with the salary, so we need to do the radio buttons, and we're going to do another div in here. We're going to display flex and justify between. Okay, display flex, and we're going to have a checkbox. Let's do a div for each checkbox, and we're going to display flex and give it a border. Class name, flex item center space x2 and a border of gray and a padding of 2. And we're going to do checkbox. Checkbox, and we're going to do ID is negotiable. Checkbox coming from UI, and we're going to set a label like that, save. So we should be able to see a label, negotiable. We're going to duplicate this same thing here. We're going to do the same thing, but we're going to do a salary. Okay, so we have checkbox, and we are going to have a salary like that, and we're going to set checked to negotiable and on check change to set negotiable. All right, and if I go back, so there's hide salary, negotiable, like that. Okay, that's perfect. So what we are going to do now, we're going to do another div. So in here, we're going to do select. We need to select the salary type. So I don't think we've installed the select. .cn add select. Okay, so we're adding the select component. Now let's rerun. All right. So we are going to add the select, and we're going to set on value change to set salary type. Okay, and we're going to set a select trigger. So select trigger coming from UI select, and then we're going to get rid of the salary type in here, and then we're going to select value like so, and we're just going to put a placeholder to select salary type like that, and I'll get rid of this value, and make sure you import select. Okay, so select, I'm going to refresh, select. Okay, so we have the select trigger. Now we need the select content, select content, and we need the select item. Okay, so I'm going to paste in the items that we need. So we have yearly, hour, fixed, item, paste in that. Okay, so we have imported all of the components that we need from UI select. This is what we need. For some reason, oops, npm run dev. Okay, so now we have the select. Let's see if we have any issues at all. Okay, job details. Okay, so now as you can see, select, instead of select salary type, let's just say select type. Okay. I mean, it's up to you. You can say salary type, that's entirely up to you. Okay, so that looks good. And I'm just going to give it a class name here. I'm going to set the width to 120, empty to 2. Okay, and I'll leave it at that. Select salary. I'll just leave it, make it shorter. Perfect. Now that's what we need for this component. Select type. Okay, good. And now what we need is to go to the next one, which is the skills. So for the skills, we are going to do this job skills. Let's go to that component. Let's import the state. We're going to import set tags, and we're also going to import the tags from the global context. Use global context, and let's see if we have exported the set tags and set skills. All right, let's go back to, so we are in the job skills. Let's start styling up. Let's do the layout first. Class name, and we have done this before. And let's see what we have. So skills. So that's the layout. All right. And we're going to add a grid at the top. Okay, so when I go to the original one, so we're going to do these two components here. Let's add a div in here, div, and I'm going to give it a display of grid. And column is going to be 1. For bigger screens, we're going to have 2. Okay, and I'm going to add that label, the one we've been doing. So label, make sure you import label from label like that. And we have the skills title. So skills, there it is, skills, and the label. Perfect. Excuse me. And we're going to have a separator. So make sure we import separator. UI separator like that. And we are going to do another div. It's going to be a grid like that. And we're going to also do another label in here. We're going to say add relevant job position. Oops, it's actually the wrong one. So skills, add relevant tags for the job position. Okay, like this. So we have skills and tags. Perfect. Okay, so let's start with the skills. So div, and I'm going to do a div in here. I'm going to fill in the remaining space using flex 1. And we're going to do a div here, div, class name, and I'm going to do flex, and I'm going to set the gap to 2, something like that. And I'm going to import the input, import, and it's a self-closing tag. And the type is going to be text, type text, okay, like this. And the value I'm going to set is going to be new skill, like that. So we need to create the state. So the value is new skill on change. It's going to change to this new skill state. So let's create that state. Okay, so we have skills, and I'm going to do const new skill. It's going to be an empty string at the beginning, and we're going to also do new tag, an empty string. I'm going to say const handle add skill. Okay, like that. I'm going to check if new skill. So if new skill. Okay, I'm going to trim. I'm going to get rid of the empty spaces. Oops. To trim like that. Okay. And not skills. We're going to check if it doesn't include. So it includes. Can't even type. Includes So we're going to check if it includes the new skill, okay, like that. And then we're going to also trim this. I'm going to trim like that. Okay, so now we're trimming, and we're going to set skills. Set skills. And get the previous, and we're going to run a callback function in here, and then prev, and we're going to set new skill to a trim as well. And then we're going to set the new skill to string and empty string. This is the type of string. Okay. And we're going to remove the skill by filtering. Handle remove skill like that. And then we're just going to filter set skills. And here we're going to do skills dot filter to filter. Okay, like that. So skill, this type of string, the skill is not equal to skill to remove. Okay, or skill. I'm gonna say skill to remove to make more sense. Skill to remove like that. Actually, instead of S, I just do skill here. Skill like so. Okay, and we're going to do the same thing for the tags. So we can duplicate this. Const handle add tag is the same thing, but for the tag. Okay, like that. And we're going to do the same thing, same function like that. Okay, perfect. So we have the state, the on change. Okay, now we need to do the add. So we have input. Now we need a button. Import button. On click is handle skill, and the type is going to be button. Type button, and I'm gonna get rid of the width. And then here we're going to just say add skill, save. So we should be able to add a skill, add, but we're not mapping through the list of the skills to display them here. Okay. Okay, perfect. So now we need to map through the list of the skills. Class, flex, and we're going to flex wrap. Flex wrap. I'm going to set gap to 2, and we're going to set empty margin top. That's margin top 2. All right, save that. And here we just need to map through the skills. Okay, so skills.map like that. And we're going to display a div, and we need to give it a key because it's a list key. We can give it we can get the index here and put the type to number. So key is going to be index like so. So save the key, and we can display a span skill here. All right, and we also need to display a button. This one is going to remove skill like that. Okay, and we're going to use the X icon coming from Lucid React, and size, I'm just going to set that to 14 like that. And I'm just going to style this button. Let's do class name, and I'm going to set text primary foreground and hover. I'm going to set it to this and focus outline. I'm going to save. Let's see, let's try to add something. Boom, add. As you can see, the button is there. I can remove, but it's not working. So handle remove skill. Okay, so let's see. I'm just gonna put a standard button here. Standard button like so. Key index, and let's give it a class name. Let's style this, and we're going to set the BG primary. BG primary and rounded full item center and space X and the PY to 1 and PX to 3. Go back, add a skill. There it is. Nice. Excuse me. But the remove functionality is not working. Let's see. And click handle remove skill. Pass in the skill. Let's see. Okay, so this should be set, not new skill, but set skills, like so. Now let's try. Add and remove. Okay, so now we can add the skill and remove the skill. That's perfect. Let's see the hover. Where's the X? When I hover text, you will set it to something like, I don't know, red 500 maybe. Let's see what that looks like. Okay, yeah, that's good. Okay, so now we need to do the same thing for the other one. So I'm just going to collapse this. Collapse. So we have a separator. We're going to do the same thing down here. So you can copy this and paste. Okay. Copy, copy, and paste after this label. After this one. Oops. Div. And paste here. Okay. So the name is handle remove skill. So just change to remove skill. Save. And hover text red 500. Okay, so just change everything around to remove skill. Okay, so now we have skill and it's actually adding here the wrong one, but we just need to change that to, instead of skill, it's going to be set new tag. So remove this, change this to new tag. Okay, so this is going to be handle remove tag, which we have here. So instead of set new tag, we're just going to set tags. Okay, set tags here, like so. All right. Now save. Let's try again. So tags. Okay, so that's weird because we've copied the label, which we need to get rid of. So we should have the separator and we need to get rid of this label here. We don't need it. And save that. Go back. Oh, that's weird. And the other thing that we don't need is this div here. So I'll get rid of this div. All right, and this should look, so flex one, let's double check here. So flex one. Okay, I think, let me go back so I don't mess up. So here we are in the, okay. Let me see. Skills. Separator. Okay, so here I just need to add the div here with the handle remove tag. Set tags and save. Skills. Okay, perfect. So now, super. The only thing that's left to do is to have an effect. PG red 500. Like that. Super. Perfect. And now the final thing that we need to do is the location. And then we're going to be able to submit the form data. Okay, seems like we have an error somewhere. I don't even know what this error is about. Document is undefined. Oh, I believe this is coming from React Quill. So we're going to fix that later, but don't mind the error now. Now we need to go to location. Let's open the location component. We need to get the location, set location, context. Wrong spelling, global context. So let's make sure set location is being dispatched here. Set location like so. That's perfect. Job location, and we need to use client. Use client. All right. So we have the set location, and we're going to also create the layout styles, class name, and padding, flex, background, and border. So there it is, job location. And we need to add a label. Excuse me. So we have job location. Excuse me. I'll add a title. Job location. It's an H3. Text large. And I'll create that layout. A grid. 2 columns. And we're going to add a label. A label with an input. Okay. So label. And I'm going to import label. And also we're going to import the input from shardcn. Okay, so we need to create handle location change. Excuse me. And the location change like that. And we're going to get the name and value. Name value from e.target. Okay, and we're going to set location. We are going to get the priv. I'm just going to set it to an empty object like that. And we're going to return in here. Return priv, name, and value like so. Okay, this should be priv. Okay, what's the issue here? Implicity any priv. What have I missed? Okay, so for the value here, this should be an object here. Oops, like so. Perfect. So we have the handle change for the location, and now we have the location dot country. Remember, this location is an object. If I go to the context, so the location is an object with country, city, and address. So the first one, the first input is going to be the country. The second input is going to be, let's double check. The second input is the city and then address. Okay. And we're going to flex one. So this is the flex one. We're going to create another input. So you can duplicate this and change the values. So this one is going to be location.city and handle location change. We're reusing that function. All right. So after that, we are going to do another div. And then flex, we're going to set that to 1. And we're going to do the same thing, but this one is for address. Okay. So paste in the label and location.address and the on change. Okay, and as you can see now, we should be able to see the location, address, and next. Okay, that's perfect. Now what we can do is we need to go to, let's go to the job form. And for this button here, post a job, we can set to self and something like that. So we can make it at the end here. Actually, no, let me see. Gap 6 form. So the button, self start, empty, X1. Okay, we're going to fix that later. Okay, now I'm just going to save this. And now it's moment of truth. We need to post the job. We need to actually create a job post. We need a handle submit. So we need to create a handle submit in the job form. I'm just going to close others. Actually, let's see if our input is working. So let's fill in an input and let's fill in. Yeah, it's working. Let's add something. Let's add something. Yeah, it works. Location, it works. And it works. That's perfect. All right. So now what we're going to do, job form, handle submit. Handle submit. So here we're going to do event.prevent default. So we are not going to refresh the form when you submit. I believe we need to import create job, which is coming from, I can't remember where it's coming from. Let's search that. Create job, coming from jobs context. Okay. So create jobs. Equal to use jobs context like that. So we have the create job. And here we need to do create job and we need to pass in the data. So here we have title, which is equal to job title, and we have description, job description, salary type, excuse me, job type, salary, and we have location. So for location, I'm going to do a template literal, and I'm going to do location.address, location.city, and country. Okay. You can start with country and city and stuff. It depends what you want to do, the ordering you want to do. And we're going to have skills, it's an array, and negotiable and tags. Save that. That's the submit. Excuse me. All right. And here we're going to do on submit, and then we're just going to pass the handle submit. Okay, that's perfect. So now we just need to create a job. Let's try that. Let's go to title. I'm just going to copy from here. So I'm going to go find work. I'll copy this job title, and then let's go part-time and full-time and contract like that. And we are just going to copy this job description. So let's go to next job description, and I am going to do this. Actually, get rid of this about. Wait a minute. I'll recopy this. Paste. Put it into spaces in between. Okay, so you can edit this however you want. Okay, and I'm just going to leave it at this, and we're going to select. I'm going to put this to 55,000 and month. Actually, no, let's do yearly. And we're going to go next. Skills. I'm going to say full stack. Oops. So if I go find work, so we have job type, skills. Okay, so let's do full stack. backend UI UX AWS. I don't know, you can put anything. JS front end, like that. And we're going to go to next location. I'm just going to do United Kingdom, and I'm just going to do London here. Like that. Excuse me. Okay, and I'm gonna go next. Let's try to post for a new job. I'm just going to inspect and post. Okay, seems like the job has been created. Let's go to MongoDB and check. Actually, let's see if we're fetching the jobs. So we should be able to see it actually. So if I go to, excuse me, components, and we're going to look for the job context, jobs, provider, and we should be able to see the new job. There it is. It's working. So that's good. We are going to come back and fix this pattern later, but anyway, we can create a job. So that's the moment we've been waiting for. Now we just need to display those jobs. Okay, let's start with the My Jobs page, and then we're gonna move on to Find Work page. I'll see you on the next video. Okay, so now we're going to display the jobs that have been created by the logged in user. Let's use this as a client component. Use client, and we're going to import user jobs from jobs context, like that, because we're getting the user jobs. That's the user that has been created by, that's the jobs that have been created by the logged in user. And we're also going to get is authenticated from global context. And we're also going to get the user profile and loading. All right, and let's create a variable called user ID, and then we're going to equal to user profile.id, like that. And we want to get router equal to use router coming from next navigation, like that. All right. So we're going to do a check later, redirect to login if not authenticated. We're going to do that later. But for now, we're just going to filter based on lagged. So to see if the logged in user, this user ID, is lagged as jobs. Okay, so we're going to do equal to lagged jobs equal to jobs.filter. We're going to filter any job that has this ID here. We're going to return every job with this user ID. Okay, dot filter job. Oops, like that. So here we're just going to return like this, and we're going to return job.applicants. Okay, job. So this is going to be job. So let's create a new file, a new folder in the client folder. Types, types.ts, and we're going to create interface job, like so. And we're going to have title, string, description, location, and we have properties like created by, oops. So we also need ID, description, location, and we're also going to do salary, number, salary type, it's going to be string, and negotiable, boolean, and job type is going to be a string of array, And also here, it's going to be array of strings. Okay. So salary type is going to be salary type. Where is it? It's actually going to be yearly, monthly, weekly, hourly, like that. So we have salary type, job type, which is strings. And we're going to have tags. Okay, so we're going to have tags like skills, applicants. These are arrays, and this is going to be created by. So we have the profile picture and the name, created it and updated it. And then we're going to export the type job like that. And we need to import this interface job. Okay, perfect. So now we are ready to filter. Okay, so job.applicants. Okay, so we're just going to check if it includes the user ID, and then we're just going to return that. Okay, perfect. So that's for the liked. If we are loading, I'm going to say if loading, we can show a loading spinner. But for now, I'm just going to show a div called saying loading. Or you can return no, like this, no. Okay, so we have the liked jobs. All right, and we are displaying the header here. We're going to display a div, and I'm going to give it a margin top of 8 and width of 90%, display flex and flex to column, like so. And I'm going to have two buttons here, button. Okay, and I'm going to set active tab, const active tab. It's going to be, so we have post, okay. And we're going to say my job posts in here. Class name, we're going to be using template literals. All right, and I'm just going to give it a border. Excuse me, a border. And I'm just going to check for active tab. Now, where's the $? So active tab equal to posts. Okay, so if it's equal to posts, I am going to set the border to transparent and text to white. Okay, so border transparent, text to white, and gray 400 for this one, 400, like so. And by default, I'm going to set the font to the border to gray 400, px, py, and font medium. Okay, I'm just going to make sure this looks better. All right, now I'm going to save, and it's active. Okay, that's why it is this color here. And if we click, I'm going to set the active tab to posts, and I'm going to have a similar button for liked. Okay, so we're doing the same thing, but it's going to be liked jobs. Okay, we're just repeating the same button. So there it is, liked. So I can click between these two buttons here. Okay, so now I need to display flex these buttons. Let's put them in a container, div, and I'm going to self-center and flex and give it a gap of 6. Like so. So they should be centered like this. Okay, so now we just need to display the actual jobs. Okay, and I'm going to check. So after the button, I'm going to check active tab equal to posts. Okay, and I'm going to do something like user jobs dot length. So if the length of the user jobs equal to 0, If it's 0, we're going to display a div. Oops, a div equal to 0, and we're going to display a div. Okay, and we're just gonna say put a p tag in here. That's going to say you have not posted, or you can say no jobs found. Okay, no jobs found, like that. And now we just need to style this with a class name, and we're going to style this to front bold, class name, refresh. What are these errors? Receive true for a non-boolean. Class name, and we need to do the same thing for active tab to likes. Okay, so no liked jobs found. My job posts. That's weird. We shouldn't see this error. User jobs. Let's COG here. User jobs. Let's inspect console. Oh, because we're not logged in, so we're not going to see anything. So let's log in. So now you don't see that error, but we have not liked any job. That's why you're seeing this. Perfect. And we're going to display a grid. Let's do it after here. We're going to have a grid in here. And we're going to do a class name and a grid of columns of 2. And we're going to check. So we're going to say active tab equal to posts. And we're going to map the liked jobs. Okay, we're going to map, actually, no, the user jobs. User jobs dot map, like that. And in here, we are going to return a job component. I'm just thinking what to name this job component. Let's create a new folder. Job item. Excuse me. Okay, in here we're going to create my job.tsx. Okay, so we are just going to return that in here. My job, like that. Okay, so we have the key and we need the job. So if I go to my job, we need to create an interface job to a type of job. So make sure you import the type job. It's going to be a client component. Use client. Okay, so why is there no autocomplete here? Import job from types. Interface job. I'm going to name this job props. Okay, and we have the job. So the error should disappear now. That's perfect. And now we just need to create this job component, which is going to have quite a lot of code. So let's see what the original looks like. So if I go to my jobs, there's nothing here. I don't think I'm logged in. Okay, I don't have any posts. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so my job component. And let's go to my job. Let's finish setting up in here first. So we're going to actually tap for posts. We need to do the same thing for likes. Okay, and display that. That's it. And we just need to render the footer here. Footer. That's it. And let's work on my job. We're going to import delete job. This is coming from the jobs context, like that. That's perfect. And we're going to do some padding and a background of white and round it to Excel. Okay, for some reason, why am I logged out? Let's inspect application 3001. Why am I logged out? Logged in, refresh. Okay. Let me see if there's some conflicts. 3001, inspect application 3000. My jobs. Okay, so there's my jobs. Now we need to do a div, which we're going to show the profile. So div, we're going to display an image coming from next image, and it's a soft closing tag. And I'm just going to paste in the properties of the image. So we have the width 48, and we're missing the source. So here we're going to get the properties from source. We're going to do job. It's actually .created by .profile picture if it exists, or I'm just going to render the user dot png, like this, coming from the public. Okay, so there's our image. Nice. I think it could use a background. Let's style this flex and center items. That. All right. Let's do a div after image. Div, and we're going to do another div here. Or we can use the card title, like that, and then the job title, and we can use a p tag. Here we're going to do job.created by, and then the name. Okay, and we just need to style this. And then we're going to truncate and font to bold, class name, text SM, and we're going to text muted foreground. Like that. Let's see what we got. Okay, it's coming up nice. Excuse me. Div, and let's do another div here. And I'm going to put a job location and format dates. So we're going to format the dates using moment. So we need to install moment npm I moment. And let's create a new folder. This is going to be utils, format dates. All right. So we have installed moment. I'm going to do import moment from moment, export const format dates, and it's going to take in the date as a string. and we're going to return moment date dot from now, like that. And let's make sure we import the format date, and we're going to save. We need to rerun this. Rerun, and we're going to refresh, and we're going to do a div after this, and we're going to flex and justify between, and we're going to do two divs here. It's going to be a badge, like that, and this one is going to be skill. Actually, we need to map, so get rid of the badge. Okay, so justify between, we have a div, and we're going to do another div in here, and let's do class name, and then we're going to display flex and set the margin bottom to 4, like that. And then we're just going to map through the job.skills and return the badge. Okay, and here map through job.skill and return the badge for each individual skill, like so. So now, as you can see, now we are mapping through and returning the badge for each individual job. That's great. And we need to do the same thing. We can duplicate this, and we need to do the same thing for tags. Like so. Okay, and variant, we're gonna set this to outline. So it's going to be a bit different, as you can see now. That's great. Variant outline. All right, and div. Let's do another div here. This one is going to be self end. And what we're going to do, we're going to display a button. Okay, and we're going to display the pencil from Lucid React. Let's do size 14, shall we? And we're going to do a span in here. It's going to say edit job, and the variant is going to be ghost, and size is equals to icon. All right, this should be on the button. All right, so there it is. That's looking good. And we're going to repeat this for the delete. Okay, so button delete, like this, and then I'm going to do a trash and span. We're going to say delete job, like that. Okay, and when I hover, I want to change the background color. So let's see what, not on click, hover, like that. So when I hover, it's going to be red. All right, and for the function on click, we're going to delete the job. So this is the delete function. It's going to take in the job ID that we click on, and let's save. So now let's see if the delete is working. So we're going to delete the test data, and let's see, delete. Okay, it's deleting, but it's not updating in real time. So we'd have to refresh for us to be able to see the changes. So we're going to fix that. Delete job, which is coming from the job context. Okay. So delete job. So we have set jobs, priv jobs, filter job ID not equal to the job ID. filter priv jobs, user jobs, search. Oh, this shouldn't be set jobs. This should be set user jobs, by the way. Set user jobs. All right. So now let's try to delete this here. Let's refresh, delete. Okay, as you can see now, it's changing in real time. Perfect. We fixed our state. We can delete the job. And on the next one, we are going to, actually, we want to be able to route to this job ID. So let's do a router, my job, const router equal to use router next navigation. When I click actually the profile, let's set the cursor to pointer. Okay, so want to on click router.push. We're going to push to a job and then the ID of that job. Okay, so click. Oops, I haven't saved, have I? Cursor, pointer. So we're going to push to a specific job with this ID. What I'm going to do is go to the job ID, in the app directory actually, create a new folder, job, and then we're going to create a dynamic route with name ID like this. And then we're going to create a page.tsx, and then it's going to be a functional component and export. So we should be able to see that. Okay, so that's not working. It's not in double. It should be single brackets like that. Okay. And let's refresh. Okay, nothing happens, which is weird. ID. That's weird. Page. Let's go back and now let's click again. Nothing. Oh, it's meant to be job, not jobs. All right, so in this dynamic link, first off, I'm going to start by creating a new card component. Let's go to the job item and we are going to create a card item. You can name this whatever you want. Actually, let's name this to job card. All right, so we have the job card and we are going to create a component interface, job props, job. We're going to, let's import the job type and we're going to set active job. It's going to be an optional boolean like that. And we're going to, oops, this should be outside. Paste it here. And we need to import use client like so. All right. So in here, we're going to get the properties from the like job. So we need a function like job, which is coming from the use jobs context because we want to be able to like a job. And we're going to get the authentication status coming from the global context like that. All right, and we're going to destructure some properties from the job. We're going to get created by, and these are the properties that we want. And I'm going to destructure name and profile picture from created by. I'm going to get router we're going to get use router coming from next navigation like that. All right. That's perfect. And I'm going to create a description here. Const company description, like that. Is hiring for this title in location. Actually, I'll get rid of this. I'll do like a lorem ipsum here. Like that. I'll just paste in a lorem text. You can put custom text. Okay, so company description. That's that. And we want to get a job type. So if it's full-time, so if I go to the original project, if I go to find work, so as you can see, these buttons have unique background colors. So we need to create a function for that. Const, let's name it job type bg, like this, and then equal to, so the type is going to be string, like so, and we're going to switch type. Okay, switch type. So case full time, like this. We're going to return a specific bg, and we're also going to do the same thing for other cases. So part-time contract, we're returning different backgrounds depending on what it is. All right, so in here, let's do the styles, class name, and we're going to use template literals in here. Okay, and we are going to set a padding and do a display flex and set the gap to 5. Okay, and we're also going to check for active job. Active job is if it's equal to true, I'm going to set a background and a shadow like this. So this is the BG I'm going to set if it's active. Otherwise, I am going to set the BG to white. All right. Let's see. BG white. Like so. Perfect. All right. So now we are going to create a div in here, and then we're going to display some properties. Class name, display flex, justify between, and this is where the profile is going to be. Div, and we're going to give it a class of group, flex and gap1, class name, and cursor to pointer. Okay, and when I click, I want to route to the particular job. On click, we're going to router.push. We're going to push to the job and the job ID. Okay, when I click the title of the job. All right. And in here, we're going to do a div, and we're going to give width and height to 12 and round it to MD. That's medium. And we're going to do an image. So make sure you input image from next image, and we're going to use the profile picture, or if it's loading, we're going to use user.png like so, and rounded, we're going to set that to, to MD. We don't see that yet because we're not displaying this card component. All right. And we are going to, after this, we're going to create a div, and we're going to display flex and flex column, flex call and gap. We're going to set that to 1, and we're going to do a p tag in here. So gap 1, and here we're going to put a p tag, text as small, and the title. So we're going to check name. We're going to put a name applicants.length. If it's greater than 1, it's going to be this text applicants. If it's 0, if it's only 1, actually, it's only going to be applicant if there's only 1. All right. Now that's that. We are going to create a button, after this div here. So I'm going to do button. So here we're going to check is liked. So if it's liked, we're going to display bookmark. Bookmark. I think it's bookmark. I don't know which one it is. There's bookmark. Empty. Do we have an empty? No. Bookmark. Okay. Is liked. So we don't know if it's liked yet. We're going to create a state for that. Const is liked. It's actually a state is liked and set is liked, like so. All right. We're going to change these icons later. And we're also going to change the background color depending on whether the user has liked this. Class name and text. It should be template literal to Excel. And we're going to check if it's liked. And then we're just going to change the background. Okay, so if it's liked, we're going to set this to the background or this background. Okay. Excuse me. So when I click, I want to handle like. Let's see if we have imported handle like. So we have like job. So we need to create a function to handle the like. Where can we create that? So let's do it here. Handle like so. And it's going to take in the ID, type of string, and I'm going to set liked to actually, let's do priv and not priv, and then like job and pass in the ID. And then here we're just going to do on click and handle like. Okay. I'm actually going to collapse this and I'm going to check if it's authenticated. Is authenticated. Okay. So if you are authenticated, we are going to like. Otherwise, we're going to router.push. We're going to push to HTTPS localhost 8000 login. Okay. So we're not going to be able to like unless you are logged in. Okay. So we're doing a check. If we're not logged in, we will not be able to like. It will route us to the login page. That's what we're essentially doing here. All right. So after this button, I'm going to create another div and we're going to class name, flex, item center, and we're going to set the gap to 2. Okay. So here I'm just going to map through the job type. So the job type that I'm just going to map through that. Okay. So down here, I'm going to do a span. Actually, let's map through the job type. I'm just going to paste in the span. So mapping through job type.map type index class. We're going to put font medium rounded border, and we're going to utilize that border type PG, this one here, which is going to display the border type here and the background color. Okay. So we're displaying the BG based on the type. Okay. Now let's save. So we should done with that. We should be done with that. And we're going to do a p tag. And we're just going to add some random text here. I'm going to add a company description. Company description dot length is greater than 100. Greater than 100, I'm just going to use substring. I'm just going to chop the string. Okay, so if it's more than 100, I'm just going to cut and put extra dots at the end so a user can expand. Okay, so as long as it's not more than 100, it's going to show here. If it's more than that, it's going to show dots here. Okay, it's going to cut. So let me try to increase the text size. So for example, if I do this and save, okay, never mind. This is the live project, so I won't be able to see the changes at the moment. I'll undo that. And we're going to add a separator after the p tag. Separator, like that. Oh, I don't know if I inputted the correct one. Separator, this one, that's what we want. Amazing. We are nearly done with this component. So we have a div and we're going to flex and justify between item center gap. We're going to set that to 6 and we're going to create a p tag span and we're going to set the font to bold. Font bold, and we're going to format the money. Okay, so we're going to use a function that's going to allow us to format money, but we don't have this function yet. So we need to create that function in the utils. Format money .tsx, like that. Okay, so we are going to use a package called currents.js that's going to allow us to easily format money. Npm I and install this, and then you're going to import currency from currency.js const format money and then amount, and then we're just going to export default here. Export default format money. So for the symbol, I'm going to say const symbol. I'm going to use the $sign and the pound sign. Okay. I'm actually going to get the currency code and type equals to string. So symbol, currency code, excuse me. If it's equal to GBP, it's going to be the pound sign. Otherwise, it's going to be the USD sign. And then here we're just going to return currency amount, and then we're going to pass in the symbol, and then we're just going to format. And we can add more, like precision, and then we're going to set that to 2. And we can add a separator as well. We want to separate by separator. We want to separate by comma, like that. And we can also add another property, decimal, like that. And we're going to use a dot separator. All right, so like that, we are good to go. And let's import format money, like that. And we're going to use GBP to display the money in pounds. Okay, and that's it for the span. We need another span in here. So we have font bold, span, class name. This one is going to be medium, and we're going to do text gray 400, text LG. Oh, what's happening here? Text gray 400 and text LG. All right, And here we're just gonna check. Okay, so if the salary type equal to yearly, hourly, salary type equal to yearly, like that, and we're going to do PA, per annum. Okay, if it's equal to yearly, per annum, and we're doing per annum, and we're going to do salary type. If it's equal to monthly, we're going to do PCM, and we also need to do weekly, per week, like this. Okay, so we have yearly, monthly, monthly is PCM, yearly per annum, and weekly we have per week. Okay, so weekly, per week, and then we have per hour, which is PH, like that. Okay, that's the salary type. So after this p tag, we are finally going to have one more p tag. So here we're just going to display a calendar component, calendar, from Lucid React, size 16, and we're going to say posted, and then here we're just going to do format dates, and we're going to put the created date, and we're just going to flex for the p tag here, class name, flex that, and I'm going to set class name like that. Okay, so save. So now we should be able to display this card. So let's go to the job ID. Okay, in here we are going to display the header component. Okay, so let's render the header. Perfect. And let's create a layout here, class name, and we're going to give it a P8, that's padding, and we're going to give the rounded of MD. Okay, so we are going to render a job card. Let's do a div first. So div, and here in this div, we're going to render the job card, which is the active job. Okay, so this is going to be the active job. So the active job is a boolean, it's an optional boolean, if you remember. All right, so we don't have this job yet, so we are going to get that from the params. We're going to fetch the job using the params. So we are going to get params, const params. We're going to use params coming from next navigation, like so. And we're going to destructure the ID from the params, equal to params, like this. Okay, and we're going to do something like this. We're going to do ID, we're going to set this to string, like that. Use path name, this should be client component as well. Use client, so use path name, next navigation. Okay, so let's see where we use path name, rams. Why am I ID string? Expected types arguments bagger 1. I don't know why I'm getting this warning here. Use path names. Actually, not path name. It's params. Use client. It's params. coming from next navigation. So get rid of the path name. So we have the params, and we're getting ID from the params. So the params is this one here, this ID here. You can COG the ID if you want. Let's see, console log, refresh, because I'm not running the project, am I? So I'll get rid of this active job here so we don't get an error. So as you can see, this is the ID. We're going to use that ID to fetch for a specific job. Okay, so we have that ID. We are going to get the job from the jobs. Okay, so let's do const job equal to jobs. We don't have the jobs yet, so we need to import that const. We need to get jobs from equal to use jobs context like that, and jobs.find. We're going to find a job matching the ID coming from the params. So make sure you import the job type like that. So let's see. So title is undefined. Okay, because we need to set loading if we don't have a job. So if not job, we can return no. Okay, or loading. Let's just return no. You can put like a loading spinner if you want. All right, so there's our job component. It's looking all right. So we can click. Actually, it's already active, so it's fine. So it's already active. And let's finish styling this up. Okay, so we have the job component, and here, so we have this div. I'm going to give it a width of 26% and flex column and gap of 8. So that's the width, 28%. Actually, I don't think I put a shadow, did I? Active job. So this is the active job. All right, so we need to do other jobs. I'm going to get rid of the active job on the other jobs. Okay, so const other jobs. I'm just going to filter all of the jobs as long as it's not equal to the ID coming from the params. Excuse me. Okay, and we are going to display the other jobs in here. So other jobs.map. We're going to return job card, and we actually need to put a key on this one. So job.id, that's the key. Okay, so we don't have any other jobs. That's why you don't see anything being rendered here. But if we have more jobs, we would be able to see more jobs being rendered. Amazing. After this div, let's create another div here. And we're going to flex 1. And we're going to set the background to white and round it to MG, like so. And we're going to have another div. And in here, we are going to set it to flex. Class name flex and justify between. Okay. And we're going to have another div again. Flex item center and gap to 2. Gap to 2. And we're going to display an image here. So make sure you import image component image, and we're going to set the profile picture image. So make sure you import image from next image. And profile picture, we need to destructure the properties. Okay. So job, we can destructure these properties from the job. Okay, so we're going to destructure all of these, and we're going to destructure the profile picture from created at, not from created by, not created at. created by, like that. Wait a minute. So job negotiable. Actually, this doesn't come from. Let me see the job interface. Job. It's created by. So cannot find created by. That's weird. Okay, created by. So applicants. Okay, perfect. So we have an issue title. That's weird. Refresh, click, refresh. Okay, so there's an issue here, which is when I refresh, the return no is not working, if not job. That's weird. Let's try to put a loading screen instead of no. Okay, so let's see that. Refresh. Oh, okay, I see. So come back, return no. So this structure here, let's do it after this. Okay, after we get the job, after we made sure that we have gotten the job. Okay, super. So now let's see if I click on this one. Okay, let's keep going, not going on, keep going with the styles. So we have the image, rounded MD, and we're going to create a div. Excuse me. Excuse me, sorry. Okay, and we have name. Okay. Name, and we can set a BG if you want on this image. And we are going to have a button after this. Okay, so this is for liking. So we don't have is liked yet. So let's create a state for that. So like job, and we need to create a handle like. Let's do is liked. Const. We're going to repeat the same thing we've done earlier. Handle like and like job and the ID of the job. And let's import a bookmark. Excuse me. And here we're just going to do a template literal as well to see if whether we have liked. Okay, so if we have liked, we're going to display something different. And let's do the styles. Let's do text to Excel. And we're going to check if it's liked equals to true. We're going to use that color here. If it's liked to true, this is the text color. Otherwise, it's going to be gray. Like that. Amazing. Okay, so flex. Button. So this should be. So this button should be after this div here. All right, so it should be at the end here. Nice. Okay, let's see. Nothing happens. Nothing happens because I've not done on click. So let's do on click, and we're going to handle like, and then we're going to pass in the ID. Wait a minute. It's actually job.id. Like so. Let's try to like. So job like successfully, and it's changing color here, as you can see. When I refresh, it's nothing happens, but I need to do a use effect. So to see the status of the liked. All right. So let's do a use effect somewhere. Let's do it somewhere here. Use effect. Make sure you import use effect, and we're going to do job, and we're going to say user profile, and we need to get the user profile. Const user profile coming from global context, like that, and we've imported the user profile. And if the ID changes, user profile.id. So here I'm just going to check if we have the job. We're just going to check if, let's do set liked. I'm going to check job.likes. So the likes is an array. Okay, dot likes. If it includes the user profile.id. Okay, and save. So what do we have here? Use effect, is it imported? Yes, it is imported. What does it say again? Change in order, folks. Okay, cut this, and we're going to put it. Let's put it here. Excuse me. Okay, perfect. So now when I refresh, you can see it's active because it's been liked already. When I disconnect, see it's disconnected. When I like, it's like, wait a minute. Unlike, oh, that's weird. Set jobs, user profile.id. Set is liked. Excuse me. Job profile.id. I'm just double checking to see what's wrong here. Job likes. Good user profile. Let's go down and check. Okay, so it's liked. This is the color. Handle like. Job ID. So what's going on here? Excuse me. Refresh. Okay, it's starting as active. Let's inspect here. Let's double check the handle like. So like job coming from here. So let's inspect the like job. Sorry. So in the like job, so we have the response get jobs. It's a put request. Like, let's COG here. And we are going to do response to data, and let's like undefined. Okay, undefined again. Let's COG the ID, job ID. Okay, so the job ID is there. Let's do response pending. Excuse me. Okay. Let's look at this endpoint here. Let's search it up. Let's go to search. Okay, so protect black job. Open that up. Okay, user, await, find one, Auth0 ID. Okay, so everything seems to be correct here. Go to user ID, job.likes, push user ID. Okay, push, filter. Okay, everything seems to be in order here. So why is it then black job return response here? Okay, so we have a response. So why is it undefined? Okay, I'm just going to fix this off screen. Let's do something else for now. We'll fix this later. Let's continue working on what we were doing. Okay, and I am going to post, not post. Let me close everything, close others. Save this. Okay. So here we are setting the color depending on whether we liked or not. I'm thinking what to do next here. So the button, we'll go after this div and I'll create another div. Actually, I'll create an H1 and it's going to be the title. And I'm going to also create a p tag which shows the location. So we have the title and location here. All right. And after that, I'm going to have a div. I'm going to set a margin top of 2 and item center. We'll put this in a container div. And let's give this a background color here. Width 12. And give it a BG gray, maybe 200. I don't see anything. Excuse me. Rounded MD. This is not rounded full. I'll remove this. Let's me flex item center, justify center. Item center, justify center. Okay. And we are going to set rounded to MD. I'll reduce this to 45. I don't know, something like that. All right. And that's the address. And we're going to do a p tag in here. P tag, and I'm going to give it a flex of 1 and justify center and rounded XL. Class name, justify center, gap 1, PG green. Okay. And we are going to have a span tag and salary like that. So it's going to be this one here, salary. And I'm going to have another span. And another span in there. And I'm just going to put a format money and font. I'm going to set that to bold. Like so. text salary. Oops. Actually, this is gonna get rid of this span here. So we have the salary. Money. So salary and money here, and another span. Oops. And here we're going to showcase the salary type. Okay, like what we've done before. Salary type, if it's yearly, it's going to show PA, per annum, PCM, per week, and per hour. Like that, and save. Otherwise, we're going to show an empty string. So here, that's PA, that's per annum. Okay. And there shouldn't be a space. I'll get rid of this space here. Okay, so PA, that's good. And I'm going to set the font to medium and text to LG. Medium, and there it is. We're going to rinse and repeat for other components. So we're going to create another p tag for posted. So I'm going to collapse this, and we're going to do the same thing for my dates. But this one is going to have justify center, item center, BG purple 500, and opacity of 20%, and rounded to XL, and text SM, font bold, and save. So there it is, posted an hour ago. Okay, and we're going to do another p tag. Excuse me. So this one is applicants. We're going to use the applicants property .length, and it's going to justify center, gap 1, BG blue, and the opacity is 20%, and rounded XL, extra large, like this. Nice. And we're going to have another p tag. That's the final one. So this one is going to be job type, and we're going to select the first job type. It's full time, and the BG is going to be BG yellow, and the opacity is 20%, like so. And we're going to create an H2, and then here we're going to say job description, and we're going to do class name and font bold, text to XL, and margin top to 2. Okay, and I believe we can display flex this. Okay, let's see. And here it says flex item center. I was meant to put flex column like this, flex call, and then save. Okay, so now we need to rearrange. I'm going to collapse this div here, collapse it, and I'm going to copy. I'm going to collapse also this div. I will copy all the way from the H1, cut, and put it in here. Save, and now it should be in a column. Okay, and now we need to display the text, the WYSIWYG text. So it's actually named, I believe it's named description. So we're going to create a div for this. So after this div, and after this H2, we are going to create a div. Okay, so in here, I'm going to give it a class name. Class name, I'm going to name it what you see is what you get, like that. And then empty 2, that's margin top 2. And we are going to render the description in this div. So the way to render HTML, we cannot just render like this, description. So we cannot just do it like this. Okay, so this is HTML. So we want to render proper HTML. Okay, so we're going to use, we have to do like this, dangerously set HTML like this. And then we're going to set HTML, and then we're going to put our description, and then it's going to render that text. As you can see now, the text is rendering as HTML. Okay, perfect. But we need to also style the list items. because they're not styled, we can give them custom styles. So I'm going to select this WYSIWYG, and we're going to go to global styles, and let's add the class name here. And I'm going to style a list, ordered list, and also I'm going to style the UL like this. We're going to give it a padding left. I'm going to set that to 1.5 rem. You can set it to whatever you like. And I'm going to apply list. I'm going to use list disk like so. You can use numeral if you want to use for the order list. You can use a number if you want, but I'm just going to use a list disk for everything. Okay. Oops. What's going on here? Let me reopen the global.css. Okay, save. So as you can see now, it's showing a nice list. We can also increase the line height if you want. That's entirely up to you. So here we can say line height, actually not on the, but on the WYSIWYG itself, like this. You can say line height, like 1.5 if you want. I guess I'll just leave it like this. Okay. So yeah, now we are rendering the description. Now we need to focus on doing this right here at the right side. So to do that, we're going to create another div. Let's go back to page. And let me see, collapse this div. Okay, let's do it here. So let's do a div in here. And we're going to give it a width of 26% and flex column and a gap of 8. Like so. So there it is. Here we should be able to put some items here. Okay, so I'm just going to put a button to apply for a job. I'm going to create a button like so. And let's do a class name. I'm just going to check if it's applied actually. Let's create a state for that. So we have is liked const. Is applied, and then we're setting that to false. Okay, so we're going to check is applied. Okay, and then otherwise we're going to put apply now. So if you're applied, if we have applied for the job, this is going to be the text. Otherwise it's going to be this. And let's set a class name, and let's use some terminal literals. Okay, oh, I don't know where I clicked. I had to restart. I don't know where I clicked. I couldn't get out of that full screen. Okay, so now let's continue styling this. I'm just going to set the text to white, and I'm going to set the background color to that indigo color. So when you hover, it's going to be this color, 90%. Okay, save. So text is white. When I hover, it's going to be this color. Okay, so we have PY4 rounded full. It's going to be fully rounded. And I'm going to check if we have applied for this job. If we have applied for the job, I am going to set a background color of BG green. Otherwise, it's going to be this color here. So I'm going to check is applied. Otherwise, I will set the BG to this color. Well, wait a minute. So is applied. It says it cannot be a string. That's weird. All right. So something like that. Okay. So if we've applied, this is the background color. Otherwise, it's going to be this. Save. Okay. So this is the color says apply now because we have not applied. When we apply, it's going to turn green. That's perfect. And let's move on. So actually, let's do the job application right now. So let's import apply job. Apply job is going to come from jobs context. Apply job. All right, so we have the apply job. We need to also do a use effect to check if we have applied for the job. Okay, so here the dependence array is going to have job. Okay, and here we're going to set is applied. So we're gonna do set is applied, and then we're gonna check the job.applicants includes the user profile ID. Okay, if it does, that means we have applied. Okay, so let's see what the issue is about. Job.applicants undefined. Set is applied. That's weird. Job.applicants. Let's see. Okay, job. Oh, dot applicants use profile ID. Why does it say it's undefined? Okay, let's check first. Okay, so if job, and then we're going to check first. All right, so now we need to do the application. So we have apply job. Let's go down here and do on click, and then we're going to run a callback function in here. Okay, and then we're going to like job, and then we're going to pass in the ID. Okay, what else do we need? It's actually job.id, like so, and we're going to set is applied. Let's just set it to true. Otherwise, I'm actually going to check if we're authenticated. That's when we're going to be able to apply. So is authenticated. I'm not sure if we've imported this. If it's authenticated, we're going to apply for the job. Okay, else we're going to push router dot push. We have not also imported router. We're going to push to login. It's actually localhost. Oops. Excuse me. It's actually HTTP localhost 8000 and then /login. Okay, so let's import is authenticated. It's coming from global context. It's authenticated, and we need to get router. Use router coming from next navigation. Okay, that's perfect. Now let's try to apply. Apply. Okay, it's applied, but something weird is going on. Let's see what's going on. If is authenticated, like job. It's actually apply job, not like. It's apply. Apply job. Okay. Now let's try again. Apply. Okay, so apply job is not defined. Let's copy this and let's go to use jobs context. Excuse me. Okay, it's apply to job. Okay, apply to job. And we're going to change this to apply to job. And save this. Now let's try again. Enter. Okay. It says it works. Okay, but it's not updating in real time. Okay, so there's an error. I just realized I'm missing a check here. So we need to check if we have already applied for the job here before we execute anything here. So to do that check, we are going to use an if statement just to check. I'm just going to say const job, and in here I'm going to find jobs.find. Okay, we're going to find a job, job with the job ID matching the ID that is being passed in here. Okay, so that means if we do have that job, that means we have already applied. Okay, so we're just going to say if job, and we're going to do job.applicants like this, and then dot includes user profile dot id, and then we're going to show an error, and then we're just going to return to prevent the execution of this code here. Okay, so we're going to do a toast.error. You have already applied to this job. Okay, something like this, and then we're just going to return to prevent the execution like that. Okay, and let's click. Okay, so it says you've already applied to this job. Okay, perfect. But I also want to fix the state issues. So if I go back, to the button. Okay, so here I'm just going to on click is if it's authenticated, and then I'm just cut this, and then I'm going to do if it's applied. If it's applied, it's actually not applied. If it's not applied, it's applied. Okay, so if we have not applied, then we're going to do this. Okay, we're going to change the state. Okay, and we're going to do else in here, and then we're just going to do toast from React toast, and then show that error. Okay, and we should be able to see the error now. When I refresh, it's going to start at applied. Okay, that's perfect. So we have applied for the job. So now let's do the tags. Let me collapse this button here, and we're going to do a div. And in this div, I'm going to give it a class name, and I'm going to give it a padding 6 and a display flex, and set that to column, and give it a rounded medium, rounded MD. And I'm going to set an H3 in here, give it a class name, and I'm going to give it a text large LG, text LG, and font semi bold like that. And I'm just going to say other information like that. And I'm going to have another div in here. Let's give it a class name flex, and we're going to do flex column, and I'm going to give it a gap 2. Okay, and I'm going to do a p tag. Now do span in here, and here I'm just going to edit text, posted like so, and then my dates, and then put the created date. Okay, and I'm just going to put a space in here. You can use double quotes like so, and save. Okay, and let's give it a class name, and set the font to bold. Okay, now let's do another p tag. Here we're going to have a span that's going to have a salary, negotiable, and another span. We're going to check if the salary is negotiable, yes and no. Okay, like that. And we're going to give the class name. We're going to do template literal. I'm going to set the font to bold, and I'm going to check if it's negotiable. I will put the text to green, otherwise it's going to be red. Okay, negotiable, text green, otherwise it's going to be red, like so. That's perfect. Why is all of the font bold here? But this shouldn't be bold, so let me see. Created it. So the bold should be on the span. Cut this. It should be here. Class name. Okay, bold. Okay. And I think I'll get rid of bold here as well. Okay, yeah, this looks better. And I'm going to have another p tag. So this one is going to have a span. It's going to be location. I'm going to display the location, and the font is going to be bold for the span, like this, location. And finally, we're going to have another p tag, and it's going to show the job type. And then we're going to select the first one, full time. That's the first card complete. And then we're going to have another card. Okay, so after this div here, do another div. And we're going to give it a class name, flex call. The same thing we've done for this one. And there's going to be another card down here. And we're going to give it an h3 and a p tag inside. Okay, so other tags and other tags for the job position. Here we're going to show the tags. Okay, so I'm just going to map through the tags, class name, and we're going to display flex. Okay, so flex and flex wrap. So it can go to the next line. The flex wrap. Okay, and we're going to set the gap to 4, like that. And we're just going to map through the jobs.tags, and then we're going to return a span. Okay, jobs.tags, and then we're going to map the tag is going to be type of string, index number, and then make sure you give it a key because it's a list of items, and the padding px4, py1 rounded, text small, font medium, display flex, and item center. Background color is set to red, and the opacity is 20%, and the text is red. Excuse me. Okay, now let's save. So see, now we have the tags. Okay, so we need to repeat the same thing, but for the skills. Okay, we can duplicate this here. Let's see. Yep, duplicate like that. Save. As you can see now, it says tags, but we need to change this text to match the skills. Okay, so now it says skills, and now we need to also change the background color for this. The background color, we are going to set it to indigo. Okay, so let's go back to the background color here. Remove this and set it to a new background color. Indigo 500 and 20% opacity, and the text to this color here. Save, and there it is. Looks good. Perfect. And this page looks pretty much almost done, unless well, we actually need to fix a bug. There's a bug here which we need to fix. We're going to fix that later. But for now, let's render the footer. Footer down here. We can convert this div to a main. Okay, so now there's a footer down here. Perfect. And now we can display a job. So let's create another job description. Not job description, another job post. Okay, and I will copy this text here. Copy that. It should be description. Let me search for that. Job, oops. Description. Okay, and now we are going to go to post. We need to post a job. So let me click that. And about. This is going to be full stack engineer. That full stack engineer, full time, and it's going to be also part time. It's complete. Let's go to the next. Paste in the description. All right. And This, oh, it's overflowing here. We also need to fix this issue. Okay, so this is it for now. Let's select to yearly. I'm going to put it 70K and let's click next. The skills. All right. I'm gonna say DevOps. Something like that. And UI UX. Okay, so something like this. I'm just going to go next. And location. I'm just going to say London. And just a random address here. And we're going to post job. Okay, so job created successfully. Let's go to my jobs. As you can see, full stack engineer. For some reason, my logo is not loading. And click on the job. Okay, it seems like there's an error. Let's see what that error is. Okay, so the alt tag is required. Okay. Image. Oops. Okay, image, alt, name. Okay. Seems like they do have an alt tag or user. Okay, and so alt tag. This one is fine. Name or user. Okay, like that. All right, so it should be working now. So now I can click the job and you can see the active job. This one we have applied for this job, and this one we have not applied for this job. I can't remember full stack engineer. That's the job we've recently created. I posted about a minute ago. Okay, so it works. It works fine. I can click the job, and it's going to be the active job. So if I go to my jobs, if I click full stack engineer, click, and it's going to be the active job. If I go back, if I click this one, software engineer, it's going to be the current active job. And if it's active, it's going to be like this. Okay, so that works. Let's see if the application works. Click apply now. Okay, so the state is still not working properly. We're going to fix that in a minute. But when I refresh, it should be correct. Okay, yeah, that's super. Perfect. So now we are going to work on the home page. And I just realized I'm such an idiot. I was missing await because we're using async here. So we need to use await here. Await. That's why we couldn't see the changes properly. Await. All right, and save this. So now we should try to like a job and it should update in real time. That's perfect. And let's see what icons we can use. So let's check Lucid React. Icons. Let's look for an icon. Bookmark. Bookmark. Okay, there's no a bookmark that is filled in. Let's say save, like. Okay, you know what? I'm just going to find a heart that is filled and the one that's not filled. All of them, they're outlined. I'm looking for one which is an outline and non-outline. Okay, I guess our only option is to use Font Awesome. So let's do that. Font Awesome. And actually, let's look for CDN, and let's copy the Font Awesome CDN, and we're going to go to Layout. What's the layout? It's in the app somewhere. There it is, this layout. And here we're going to do a head and paste in the Font Awesome link. Okay, so now we should have Font Awesome installed in the utils. I'm just going to create a file, icons.tsx. Okay, so we're going to export const. Let's do bookmark. Let's go to Font Awesome and search for that icon. Bookmark. Okay, so let's take the empty one. Empty, like this, and this should be class name. And we also need the field one. I'm just going to name it bookmark. And paste in. Okay, save that. And we're going to go back to, I'll close everything, page in here. Excuse me. And handle like. So here, I'm just going to change the icon. We're going to use the bookmark. Bookmark. So make sure we import this. Import bookmark from utils. Icons like that. Oh, seems like there's an error. Let's see why. Excuse me. Why is it? Why do we have an error? Okay, never mind. We don't need to use these codes here. And we need bookmark empty. Like that. So make sure you import that. So let's see now. So if I go back to the website, let's try to like. As you can see now, it's showing the correct bookmark. Okay. So we need to show the same thing here. We need to show the active state here. So there's a better way to do this in here. So instead of doing this use effect, we can do this in a single line of code. So I'm just going to get rid of this, and I will get rid of this here is liked. Okay, and let's go get rid of this in here as well. So what we can do is, let's do it here, const. So we can just check to see if the ID exists in the likes, in the job likes. Okay, is liked equal to job, and then this is going to be likes. Okay, so job likes dot includes user profile ID, the currently logged in user is liked. We're going to do the same thing for is applied. Okay, that's what we do. So now refresh. Let's refresh the page. Oh, seems like it's not updating. Job.likes that includes user profile ID. That's weird. Okay, so it's because the only reason we need to set the jobs in the job context. So we need to update the job context, but I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to go back to what we had before, because we need to update the state. Okay, I'll just leave it as is. Okay, now let's fix this one. Let's go to my job card. Job card. So we have is liked. Let's see. liked. Let me search for handle like. Okay. Let's do a use effect here to check if we have liked the job. Okay. And I'm going to put it somewhere here. And here we're going to do job. Okay, user profile.id. And here we're going to set like to job.likes.includes user profile ID, like that. Okay, let's like. Let's refresh this. Like again. Okay, let's go back to page. It's liked. We need to bring back the use effect. Okay, so now let's like again. Refresh. That's weird. Refresh the page. Let's see. Let me inspect console. Like. Okay, so there's an error. So it seems like we're not logged in. That's why there's an issue here. So let's try to log in. And we also need to check, by the way, if we're logged in. Otherwise, we don't want to click the like. So handle like. We need to check for if we're authenticated. Okay. So if it's authenticated, we are going to like. Otherwise, we're going to go to login. Okay. So go back. So here you won't see anything. So click and it's going to send us to the login. Okay. Because we're not authenticated. And now let's try to log in. All right. So now let's go to my jobs. Or actually my jobs and click this one. Okay, so now as you can see, it's updated now because we have liked the job. It's working. I can dislike. As you can see, it's updating here as well. Okay, perfect. And we just need to change this bookmark icon here. Let me search for bookmark. Okay, bookmark coming from utils icons. And here we need to use the bookmark empty. And yeah, it's active now. So that's perfect. Okay, so now let's go to the home page. It's actually not the home page, but the find work page. Let's work on it. So find work. I'm just going to, this is a client component. And we're going to use client. And let's import some state in here. I'm going to import apply job and like job from jobs context. Okay. And we also want to import user profile and is authenticated. Use global context like so. All right. And we want to do the same thing for is liked and is applied. We're going to create a state in here. All right. Actually, we don't need this one in here. Let's see. We are going to need some filters because we're going to filter. If I go to find work, we need to filter here. So let's start doing the filters and then we are going to do the rest of the stuff. Now let's work on the find work page. So this is going to be our final page. Let's start with, let's go back to the original project. Okay. Now let's start with, we need some filters. They're going to be here on the left side. So we are going to create some filters in the jobs context, and then we are going to add those filters here. But first off, let's start with the HTML. So we have the header already set. Let's create a div. And I'm going to set a position to relative and padding X to 16. Okay, and I'm going to have an H1 that says find work here. Okay, and it's going to have a text of black. So there it is. Nice. Okay, and I'm going to have a search form, which is going to be in this container here with the class name pb8 and relative. Let's set this z to 10, and let's create a search form. Go to components, oops. Okay, and I'm going to do search form in here, and let's create the search form, and we're going to return a form. And this is going to be a client component. Oops, very silent, put my phone on silent. Okay, so I need to use a client. It's going to be a client component here. Client. Okay, and I'm going to get some properties coming from job context. So we're going to have handle search change and search query. Use job. Okay, and let's see if we have this. So we need handle search change, search, and search query. Okay, so we are going to create a handle search change somewhere here. Oh my. Okay, handle search change, and it's going to take in the search name, and it's also going to take in the value, like so. Okay, and we're going to set. We need to create a search query. Excuse me. Search query. So the search query is going to have tags, location, and title, which is going to be an empty string by default. Okay, and at the bottom here, we're just going to set search query, and we are going to get the priv, and we're going to return in here. And so here we're going to to use the spread operator on the priv, and here we're going to put the search name and then set the value, like so. It's perfect. So we're good to go for the handle search change and search query. That's what we need. Okay, and we also need search jobs. Let's see. Yeah, we do have search jobs. Okay, let's go back. So we have search jobs already imported. Okay, let's continue working on this form. Class name, I'm going to give it a relative position, relative flex item center, like that. All right, so I am going to do on submit. I'm going to take in a callback function and the event. So in here I'm going to do e.prevent default, so the form does not refresh. What am I missing here? Oops, it's a bit messy. Okay, so age.prevent default, so the form doesn't reset. And then we're going to do search jobs, and we're going to do search query dot tags. Excuse me, that's the first parameter. And the second one is search query dot location, and then we have the title, search query dot title, like so. That's perfect. And I'm just going to have some inputs. The first input is going to be in a div, like so. It's going to be a custom input. Type text, name is going to be search title and handle title. Okay, so the name is going to be title, ID job title, and text. And the value is going to be search query dot title. And then on change, we're going to handle search, and then we're going to pass in the name of the input. So if you remember, in the handle search, this is the name of the input and then the value. Okay, so name of the input and the value, which is e.target.value, which is coming from the form. Okay, that's the e.target.value. And then we're going to put a placeholder and then a bit of styles. So width full, py7, text to Excel, padding left 5 rem, and rounded top left to full and bottom left to full, like this. Amazing. Now we need to do the same thing. We actually need to put an icon. So we're going to do a span, and we need a search icon. So let's use search from Lucid React. All right, and let's see what we have. Okay, there's our search. I'm just going to add my own styles. Okay, so text gray, position absolute, left 10, top 50%, translate y minus 50%, because I want it to be centered. Like this, it's nicely centered here. I can increase the width at the left 10, top. Let's try size. Let's put 39. Actually, let's do 22 or 30. Excuse me. Something like that. And left, I would do something like 8, perhaps. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. That's perfect. Now we need to do the same thing, but for another input, which is going to be location. But I'm just going to put a divider here in between them. So it's just going to be a div with a position absolute, like this, and left 48%, and it's going to be centered. It's going to be here. All right, nice. And we're just going to copy and paste the input, but it's going to have a different name. So copy that and change the name. So the name is going to be location, the value search query.location, and the handle search change. The name of the input is location, and the e.target.value from that form. And we're going to do the same thing for the styles here. And it's going to be bottom right for the rounded and top right. Okay. So we need the location icon. Location. I don't know if we have the location icon in Lucid React. Okay. Seems like there is one. And we can copy the styles here from this. Is it locate? Oh, it should be location. That's what we want. Location. It doesn't seem like we have one. I'll just get it from Font Awesome. Location. Let's go for free. Okay, copy that. And we're going to go to utils and icons, export. And this is going to be a class name. Save that. Go back to the search form. And location. Make sure you import location from utils. Okay, so there it is. It looks all right. That's good. And we need a button finally. Button. And it's going to have search. And the type is going to be submit. Type. Submit. And we're going to style this button and we're going to give it that purple color. Class name. Okay, so for the button, I'm going to give it this color, text white, text to Excel, PX14, PY, excuse me, PY2 rounded full, absolute, and it's going to be at the right side to top 50%, transform Y minus 50%, it's going to be centered vertically, and height, it's going to be 100% minus 1 rem. Okay, so there's the button here. We can put like a hover effect if you want. I'll do that actually. I'll put a hover. So I'm just going to reuse this BG here. I'll do hover. And then I'll do set the BG and reduce opacity to maybe 90%, like that. So when I hover, it's being reduced to 90%. Okay, looks great. And now let's work on submitting the data. If we search something, I believe we've already done the on submit already. Okay, so that's perfect. So we're done with the search form. Let's see what's next. So now we need to do these images here. Okay, so those images, we are going to go back to page and we need to import an image from next image, search form, image. So import image from next image. And the image I'm going to be using is woman on phone.jpg coming from the public folder in here. So that's the name of the image here. And it's going to have a width and height of 200 and 500. And it's going to have width 15 rem, absolute Z 0, top 0, right 10 rem, height full, and object cover. But this clip path class name is a custom class, so we need to go to the global and paste the class name here. We need to generate clip path generator. Okay, so here we can generate a clip path for an image. Okay, and then we copy the clip path. Okay, so I'm just going to generate whatever clip path you want for the image, and then you copy like this. Copy this. I believe I need a square like this. Once you generate, just copy that. And I'm gonna paste. So we should be able to see. Let's refresh this. Something, because I did not save in here. Save. Okay, so there it is. So it's an X. So we have an X. And we need a square. And I'm going to do another class name. I'm going to duplicate this actually. Duplicate. And I'm going to give it a class name of clip path. Clip path 2. You can give any class name you want. And I'm going to rotate. Rotate 6. Rotate 6. All right. And for the right, I am going to set it to 15 rem. like that. Okay, that's weird. Height, right 15 RAM, object cover. It's actually 32 RAM. Rotate 6. Right, let's set that to 32 RAM. Okay. And for the, go back to the Clippy, and we need this, copy this, and go to global, duplicate. So this is going to be clippath 2. And I'm going to replace this with the one I've copied. And there it is, there's our image. Okay. I think the best way is to convert them to grayscale. Oops. I think I will convert this to grayscale. And I'm going to change the image to use a different image. It should be team.jpg. You can use any images that you want. Okay, like so. And let's convert them to get grayscale. We're going to use the filter property. Let's do filter, grayscale. I believe it's 1, like that. And copy this and do the same thing here. So now they are black and white. That's perfect. And we need to move on. We are going to have some buttons and the text to show a grid view, list view. Let's do a div in here, and we're going to give it a width of 90% and margin bottom 14, like that. Okay, and we're going to have an H2 that says recent jobs, and we're going to have a button that's going to cycle between the states. Okay, I'm going to create a state. Columns, set columns. It's going to be 3 by default. We're going to have 3 columns. Okay, and we're going to create a function to toggle grid columns, like so. Set columns, and we're going to get the priv, like this. And we're going to do priv, and if it's equal to 3, okay, if it's equal to 3, and then we're going to put 2, and then priv equal to 2, and then we're going to do 1 and then 3. Okay, so we can cycle through 1, 2, 3 columns. Okay, and we need to also use an icon, so I'm going to import some icons from Font Awesome. So grip list and table. So go to here, I'm just going to paste in the icons, go to Font Awesome and search for these icons here. So we have the grip, list, and table. Okay, so we are going to create a function to get the icon. Oops. Get icon. So here it's not going to take anything in here. So get icon. I'm going to set I'm going to say if columns go to 3, we're going to return a grip. Okay, and if it's equal to 2, we're going to return a table. And if it's equal to 1, we're going to return, we don't need to do equal 1 actually, we just do return here. list. Okay, so we have the icon. Now let's try to display that in the button. Okay, so we're going to have a span. Okay, we are going to check columns. If we have 3 columns, we are going to show the text to grid view. Grid view. If you have 2 columns, it's going to be table view, and otherwise it's going to be list view. Okay, 3 columns, grid view, 2 columns, table view, otherwise list view, like that. Okay, so we don't have the click yet, so that's why it's not working, but we can do the click now. On click, and we're going to use the toggle grid columns, and let's see, click, 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 and it's going to toggle between those 3. Amazing. Okay, so let's continue, and I'm going to create another span in here, and this one is going to be get icon. We're going to change the icon, get icon, like that, and we're going to call the function in here. And the text, I'm going to put text LG, bigger text, and let's put styles on this button. We're going to display flex and give it a gap of 2. Okay, so display flex, item center, gap 4, border, px and py, and rounded, and font medium. So there it is. Okay, so we can cycle between these. All right. And so we have an h2. We need to cut this, cut and put it into a container div. And we're going to flex this container, flex, justify between, and we're going to item center and center everything like this. Okay, amazing. So we now need to display the jobs before we do anything, and then we're going to do the filters after. Okay, and we're done. I'll do a div here. Div. I'll do a class name, flex, and we're going to set the gap to 8. And I'm just going to put an h1. I'm just going to say filters. Go here, something like this. And I'm going to have another div after that. Okay, so that's where we're going to display our jobs. Okay, so we are going to get jobs, equal to use jobs context, like so. And we're going to go down there, and we're going to map and return the jobs. Down here, we're going to check first jobs dot length is greater than 0. Okay, so if it's greater than 0, we're going to display a div. Okay, a div here, we're going to show the jobs, otherwise no jobs found, like so. Okay, I'm going to give it a class name and style this. I'm going to give it a margin top, and I'm going to create a p tag in here. Okay, text to Excel. Okay, so let's work on this one here. We need to map through the jobs and display them in here. Okay. So we just need to do jobs.map. Jobs.map. Boom, boom. And here we're going to return a job card. Job card, like so. And we're going to put in the key and get rid of these columns here. So we have the key, job card. What am I missing here? Oops. We don't need this. Job card. Where am I missing the bracket? I'm missing a bracket somewhere. Wait, let me get rid of this. Let's do a div again. Okay. I'll just put it into a div then. And let's map in here. Jobs.map. And we're going to return job card. And here it's going to be the job coming from types, and get rid of this. Job.id, like so. All right, and there it is. We have the jobs being displayed. And we need to style this. Let's do filters goes here. Let's give it a class name here. And we're going to be using template literals, self start, and flex 1, grid, gap 8. And we're going to be using the columns state columns equal to 3. So if you have 3 columns, we're going to do grid cos 3. We're going to display 3 columns. Okay. Otherwise, we're going to do columns equal to 2. Grid cos 2. Otherwise, we're going to do grid cos 1. Like that. And let's see what we have. Okay, I think it's because of the parent div. Okay, so save this now. Perfect. So it's looking reasonable. 2, 3, but we have not worked on the filters yet. It's looking reasonable, I think. Okay, we can click this job and it's going to lead us to that individual job, and we can go back to find work, and let's try to create a filter component. Actually, let's do search first before we do anything, and then we are going to do the filter component after we do search. Okay, so let's try to search something. Okay, so no jobs found. Okay, it's working. And okay, yeah, so our search is working. If I search London, okay, it's because these jobs are from London, so it's true. If I search something random, no jobs found. Perfect. And let's do some filters. Let's create a component. filters.tsx. Okay. And it's going to be rendered here. Filters. Open that up. And let's style this. I'm going to give it a width of 22 rem. And space Y to 6. So like this. It's looking neat so far. Let's create a div within the filters. And let's do an h2. Let's do another div first. And then we're going to do an h2. And we're going to say job type. And let's give it a class name. Class name. And here I'm going to give it a class name. We're going to do flex. Item center. Item center. Oops. And justify between. Like that. And we're going to have a button. Let's import that from shardcn. And the variant is going to be ghost. Ghost, like that. That's the variant. And I'm going to give it a class name and give it a red color. And it's going to say clear all, like that. So there's our button here, clear all. And we also need to get search jobs. This is a client component. This is coming from the jobs context. And click. And we're going to search jobs. We're going to do another function here called clear filters. Okay, so we have that. Let's do another div. Last name space Y. Like that. And I'm going to have a checkbox. Checkbox and the label. Let's import checkbox from UI checkbox. So filters, we don't have this yet. I'm just going to comment. We're going to create some filters in a minute. Excuse me. And let's import the label. All right. So save that. As you can see now, we have the filter. We have to duplicate this many more times because we're going to have other filters. Okay, so after this, I'll duplicate again. Comment. Oops. Okay, and save this. Excuse me. So we have filters here. Okay. So before we create more filters like the skills, let's just create some state for this. Let's import some state, use jobs context. Let's import search query. So we need this. So we need to make sure we have this in the jobs context. Set search query. Okay. And we need filters, handle change, salary, Go back and let's create those the state for that. Okay, so we are going to have filters. Filters and set filters. Okay, so here we're going to have full-time false, and we're going to have part-time false, internship, contract. We're going to have full stack false. We're going to have backend false. We're going to have DevOps false, UI, UX false. Okay, so we have 2, 4, 6, 8 filters in total. You can put as many filters as you want. And then we're going to have const min salary. I'm just going to put it to 30,000 for starters. And then we're going to have max salary. I'm going to put it at 100,000 or 150. I'll put it 120,000. That's perfect. I think that's what we need for now. I'm just going to dispatch those properties. Okay, and I don't think we're only going to do the handle filter change here. Handle filter change, and we're going to take in the filter name and then the value. We're going to do the same thing that we've done, almost the same thing that we've done for the search. Set filters, and then we're going to get the pre-filters, and we're going to use the spread operator, and we're going to get the name of the particular filter and the value of that filter. Okay. To make this better, we'll filter name and then value. I'll do as long as it's not the priv, and then I'll put the filter name in here. Okay. And we don't need the value. And handle filter change, I'll copy that. And filters, min salary, set min salary, max salary, set max salary. That's what we want. And let's go back to the filters and handle the filtering. Okay, so we need a button to clear filters. Clear all filters. And we're going to set filters. I'm going to reset full-time, part-time contract. And we have DevOps. We have the backend false, and we also have UI, UX. So we have 1, 2, 3. We're missing one. We have full-time. I'll just paste in the properties. Okay, perfect. So set filters, and also we want to reset this search query. Search query tags. It's going to be an empty string and title empty string, like so. Okay. And I mean, we're not going to reset this. I'll just leave it for now. We're not going to reset the min salary. Okay. And I think that's it. We just need to do some functions to handle the salary change. So for now, we need to uncomment this here. Uncomment that and uncomment and save. So now let's try to filter part-time. And nothing happens. Let's refresh this. Full-time, part-time. Okay, because we're not filtering the actual jobs, so we need to create a function that is filtering the jobs. All right. So we're going to create the filters in the page. So here in the page, okay, so we need to import filters in here. Filtered jobs like this. Okay, and we're going to run jobs dot filter. Excuse me. Dot filter, and we're going to get the job, and we're going to use the job type like so, and we're going to return. Okay, and then we're just going to do some checks. Okay, I'm going to check for filters dot full-time, filters dot full-time, or I'm gonna copy this, filters dot part-time, or filters dot contract. So there's a different way to do this, but this is the easiest way to filter. And it's a bit repetitive, but it's quite easy to understand. Okay, like this. And then otherwise we are going to return jobs here. Okay, so we are going to filter, otherwise we're going to return everything. So in here we're just going to do some checks. We're going to check if the filters match, and then we're going to return true. So we're going to say if excuse me, filters dot full-time and job dot job type dot includes if it includes full-time like this, full-time, we're going to return to true. Okay, return true like that, and we're just going to repeat the same thing for others. Okay, so if the job type is part-time, return true. We're going to return the job that matches part-time, contract, and full-time. And let's repeat again for internship. Okay, perfect. And we need to do the same thing for the filters.fullstack. If filters.fullstack.tags, we're going to use tags in this case. Tags like that. All right. Instead of tags, we can use skills if you want. You can use job.skills if you want, or you can use tags, or you can use both if you want to do that, but that's entirely up to you. So I'll explain this again. So we're checking filters.fulltime, part-time, contract, and then we're just going to filter if we have any, if the job type has any of this, we're going to return that job. If it has this, it's going to return that job, and so on. Okay, we're going to filter based on the job type, and here we're also going to filter based on the tags, or you can also filter based on the skills of the job. All right. Otherwise, we're going to return everything here. That's what we're doing. So down here, we can display the filtered jobs. So instead of jobs here, we can put filtered jobs like so. So now we can try to filter. It's not working. So clear is not clearing. Okay, we need to fix the clear. I think it's because we are not using the function to clear. So filters, clear all filters. So we need to do that in here. Clear all filters like that. So let's try to clear. Okay, so there's an issue. So set filters. Let's see. Set filters. The jobs set filters. We need to dispatch this, and let's save again, and let's refresh. Select and let's clear. Okay, so it's working. Okay, so let's try to contract internship. Internship, nothing happens. Weird. Internship, clear. That's weird. It's not returning. Let's go to filters, page, filter jobs. Internship, filters, contract. Okay. Others are working. Contract. Part-time, they have part-time. Full-time, they all have full-time. Only with contract. Internship. So it's not going to return. It's going to return everything if it doesn't have the internship property. It's going to filter based if the job has the property we're looking for. Otherwise, it's not going to do anything. It's just going to return everything. But the filter is working. Okay. Perfect. And we need to do the tags or the skills down here. Okay, so filters. I will close this. Let's go to filters. Scroll down. Okay, let's collapse. We're going to collapse this. We're going to create another div so we can add the skills. All right. So this one, I'm going to add an H2. I'm going to say skills. And I'm going to repeat the same thing, but I'm going to change the inputs to skills. Okay. So we're doing the checkbox again. The same checkboxes we've done up here. We're just repeating the same checkboxes, but instead we're going to change this to the skills. Okay. So save. So we have full stack, backend, and DevOps. Okay. And we can filter with these ones as well, but I don't think we have any data matching these tags. Actually, let's do tags. It says skills here, but it should be tags. We're using tags. You can use skills if you want. Okay. Tags. So here, just make sure you change the filters to set to backend, set the text to backend, and change this one to DevOps, like so, like so. Okay, perfect. So we have the filters. We can clear, and we need this one here. So for that, we're going to use a slider. Let's add a slider here. Shad cn, add slider. Okay, I'm going to collapse this, and I'm going to create another div, and we're going to add an h2 and name it salary range, like so. And let's rerun salary range. I'm going to create a div for this, and I'm going to put a label. Label. Okay, it's already imported, and it should say minimum salary, like that. And we're going to do a slider, like so. You can copy the slider code from ChatCN. I'm just going to paste in the properties. So we have ID, minimum number, it's going to be this number, maximum is going to be this number, and it's going to go in 50. That's the step of 50. And we need a function here to handle the minimum salary change, which we need to create. Okay, let's create that. So it's going to take in value of number. It's going to be an array. So, and we're going to set minimum value, and then we're going to set value 0. And then we're going to check if value 0, first value, is greater than maximum salary. And then we're going to set max salary to the first value. Okay. Amazing. So we want to do the same thing, but for the handle max salary change, and we're going to set max salary and set the minimum salary to the first value. Okay. So we're checking if the first value is this an array. We're checking the first element if it's less than minimum salary, and then we're going to set the minimum. We're going to set the minimum salary to the first value. Okay, and then here we're just going to set the max salary to the first value as well. Okay, so we have that. So now let's save that. Let's refresh. Okay, it's taking ages to load. Okay, so there's our range slider. We need to style that. So we can open the slider. Let's go to absolute PG primary. Here, I'm just going to change the BG to this color here. And also here, I'm going to change it to this color. Save. All right, so it's working. And I'm also going to change. What am I going to change here? So we have BG background. Remove BG background. Okay, what else do we need to change? Block. Okay. Let's set here BG white. All right, so we have the white BG. I guess I'll just leave it like this. It looks a bit different. All right. Can't remember what styles I've tweaked. So height is set to 2. Absolute. You know what? I'll just leave it like this. It looks fine. So get away from the slider. And we have the slider. We have the minimum one, but we need to put a value number here. We have the on value change already. So now let's add a span. Excuse me. And here we're just going to format money, and then we're going to do minimum salary and it's going to be GBP, like so. Okay, so let's give it a class name, text sm, and we're going to give it a text gray 500, text gray 500. Okay, so that's as you can see now, the state is being updated. Okay, perfect. And we need to do the same thing for the max salary. So I'm going to duplicate this div and change the label to maximum salary. And the minimum is 0, max 200, step. You can put this to 50. And then the value is max salary. Handle on value change, handle max salary change, with full, and show the money. Okay, so there it is. So we have the salary change. Okay, perfect. We're not going to filter using salary. I don't have enough time to do that functionality. I have limited time to complete this project. So the rest you're gonna have to do research by yourself. But pretty much everything is working. We can filter. Okay. I think that's it. If you have any questions, let me know in the comment section, and I'll try my best to help you. If you want to expand this project, make it responsive, and add more functionality, that's entirely up to you. Okay, we can log out. Actually, I forgot to do something as well. So we want to restrict a user who is not logged in to access these pages here. So you need to be logged in for you to be able to access these pages. So let's fix that. So the page is job ID. It's actually, yeah, this one you don't need to be logged in to access this one. But find work, you don't need to be logged in. But my jobs, you need to be logged in. Okay, so we have the is authenticated. Okay, is authenticated. We're just going to check if we are not authenticated. Redirect to login if not authenticated. I'm just gonna do a use effect here. Use effect. Oops. Use effect. It's authenticated like so. And I'm gonna check if it's not loading. And it's not authenticated. Excuse me. Oops, is authenticated. Is not authenticated. We're going to push to HTTP, and then it should be localhost 5000 and the login endpoint. Okay, 8000 and the login endpoint, like so. So let's see. Let's try to go to my page. Okay, so now it's redirecting us to the login. We're not going to be able to access that page anymore. So refresh and click my jobs. We won't be able to access the page. Okay, amazing. And we need to do the same thing for, copy this. Let's go to, what is the post? Make sure you, excuse me, you import use effect. And we need to import const from global context. Okay, and router. Next navigation, like so. All right. So let's see. Moment of truth, 3001. What is the issue here? Use router. We need this to be a client component. Use client. Okay, so let's try to, we're not logged in. We cannot visit these pages. Okay. We can visit other pages. Okay, so it's working. Localhost 3001. We cannot post a job unless if we are logged in. Okay, that's perfect. I guess that's it for this project. If you have any questions, yeah, let me know in the comment section. If you have any suggestions, let me know, and I'll see you on the next video. Now we're going to deploy our website. Let's create a new GitHub repo. I'm going to open up the terminal, and I'm going to cd into the root directory, and I'm just going to clear. Let me see if I'm using the correct account here. I have so many commands. Server. Okay, I'm using the correct name. And here we're going to create a new GitHub repo. Why is this a client? I'm just going to open up the client, review in Explorer. I'm going to get rid of the Git. So make sure you get rid of the Git file in the client. So there should be a Git file created here, open in Explorer, and get rid of that. And let me see if there's one created in here, review in Explorer. Okay, so make sure you in Windows, if you're using Windows, there's hidden items. So if you're using Windows, there should be a folder called Git in here, delete that folder. Okay, and then we're going to start from scratch. I'm just going to close this, and I'm going to initialize a new GitHub repository. Okay, this is going to be an initial commit. By the way, as you can see, there's a lot of stuff here we need to ignore. We need to create a git ignore. I'm just going to generate a git ignore. Okay, so we should ignore the node modules, the env file. Okay, so we make sure you ignore the node modules like that, and we should have less files now. That's perfect. And initial commit, and let's commit that publish to a new branch. All right, publish, and this is going to be a public repo. You can make yours private. Open on GitHub. So there it is. It's public. Now let's try to go to Vercel, and we're going to create a new project, and we're going to import the job finder project. Import that, and job finder. This is the front end, so we're going to deploy the client first. Select client. We don't have any environment variables, but we could have created an environment variable for the server name, but we're not going to do that anyway. Let's select preset. It should be Next.js, and then let's deploy. There's a deployment error. Okay, so I think I found the issue. This one I think is related to React Queue. We need to use dynamic to import that. So let's go up here. So React Queue, I'm going to get rid of this search. React Queue, where is it? Where is it? Here. So we are going to say const React Queue, like so. And we're going to use dynamic from next dynamic. And then we're going to import React Queue. And then we're going to put server-side rendering to false, like so. It's actually React Queue new, like that. Okay. And I guess we can get rid of this React Queue up here, since we're importing here using dynamic import. Okay, and let's save that. And let's push the changes. Fix React Queue. Okay, and let's see. Go to project, job finder, deployments, and it's going to redeploy. Okay, I think our deployment is complete. Okay, let's see. Okay, it looks a bit weird. Okay, so I just realized where the issue was. Go to the tailwind file, tailwind config, and make sure you duplicate the components like this and put a capital letter C, because our folder, it has a capital letter C for components. It's case sensitive, so that's why it wasn't working. So just to be safe, I left also this components with the lowercase c, and this one as well with a capital letter C. And I've also included the utils folder like this. It's going to search for anything with tail and CSS in there, and also in the components, make sure the name is correct. Okay, and make sure you push the changes. I've pushed my changes, and it deployed automatically these latest changes, and it should look good now. Okay, so there it is. It looks good. So our styles are working fine now. So now we need to deploy. We need to deploy the server. So we're going to use a website called render.com, and I'm going to go to the dashboard, and I'm going to sign in. I'm going to do that off screen. I'm going to sign in with Google. Okay, so I've signed in, and I'm going to create a project. Okay, so we don't have we have projects that are active already. I'm going to create another project. So this one's going to be job finder, like that. Job finder, and I'm just going to create project, and we're going to create new service, and we're going to do web service, and we're going to look for public git repo, credentials, configure GitHub, and I'm going to put my password in here. Okay, and I think we need to select a repository, and it's job finder, this one. Save that. Okay, so we need to select job finder, and we're going to connect. Okay, so job finder, it's a Node app. Node. All right, and I'm going to look for, I believe it's backend. Okay, that's the name of that's where the server is. It's in the exactly server, like this. and everything looks good. Yarn start, and I'm just going to go for free. Okay, we're going to set the environment variables later. Let's just deploy web service. Okay, so the deployment, let's see, secret is required because we have not set the environment variables. That's why we are seeing this error. But we're going to set the environment variables now, and we're going to add environment variables. So let's go to the server and go .env secret, copy that, paste, and we're going to copy the value, copy that, paste, base URL, copy. We need another variable here. Base URL is this one here. It's no longer the local host. Paste. Client ID, copy. New variable, paste. Copy the client ID. And we have the issuer base URL, copy. Copy this. Paste. And the client URL, we need to go to job finder. So this is the client URL, copy. It's no longer localhost anymore. That's the client URL. And port is going to be 8000. And finally, the Mongo URI. Copy and paste in here. And that's what we need for now. I'll copy this client URL. I'll start with actually server URL here. Copy that and save and deploy. And I'm going to go to, let's open this. Let's open up. We're going to open up Auth0. We're going to continue with Google. So in Auth0, let's go to applications and we're going to select our job finder. So we're going to change this one here, the callback. We're going to put the server URL for the callback. And then here we're going to come back and paste the client URLs. So I'm going to save changes in here. Collapse. Let's wait for the deployment and let's copy this URL, copy. And I'll paste in here. Okay, like so. And let's save changes in here. Okay, I'll copy this URL. I'll paste it here. Okay, now let's see if our deployment is finished. Dashboard. Okay, so job finder. Okay, so job finder has been deployed. So let's see if it's running. Logs. Okay, so as you can see, it says connected to the database and server is running on port 8000. So deployment is complete. Now it's working. We have set up the environment variables. So now let's try to, there's only one thing we need to set up because I forgot we should have used an environment variable. So let's do localhost, HTTP, localhost, oops, localhost. So this one here, I'm going to search for this like this, 8000, and I'm going to replace that with our server URL. This one here, replace every instance where there's this one, we're going to replace that. So replace, okay, and we're going to fit URL change, okay, and let's save the changes because we now using the live URL, and let's wait for the redeployment. Let's refresh this. Okay, it should be redeploying now. Okay, as you can see, it's building. Okay, so it seems like the deployment is complete. Yeah, so now let's try to run this live version. Let's test. So I'm going to refresh. Let's try to log in. So log in. Okay. Did it work? Doesn't seem to be working. So log in again. Okay, so let's try to see if there's an issue which we need to fix. So the origin is not allowed. Okay, let's check our server. So the origin, so client URL, client URL. I remember I had this issue before. So go to on render, go to environment, and go to your client URL. So make sure you get rid of this // at the end here. So let's try to edit this variable, client URL, edit, and get rid of this / at the end here, and save and redeploy, because that causes issues. I've had that issue before, and let's wait for the redeployment. Okay, so the redeployment is complete. Now let's try to test to see if it's working. Now let's refresh and let's try to log in. Okay, seems like the same issue is still persisting, but now it doesn't show an error in the console. Let's start by fixing our server.js. So in here, let's go to the app.use in the cause. We're going to put credentials to true, and we're going to set methods, and then we're going to use get, post, put, delete, and we need options as well. And we're going to allow headers. We're going to set content type and authorization like that. And then we're going to put exposed headers to content range. Actually, let's just set cookie. Set cookie like so. Okay, and we're going to save this. and we're going to go to the config. So we have the callback, and we have to add another endpoint, logout, and then we're going to put logout, and then we have the callback. We already have the callback, but we need the login endpoint, and that's the login endpoint. Okay, perfect. And the other thing that we want after the routes, we need a session. Okay, and we're going to do absolute duration, and we're going to set it to 30 days. Okay, so that's the duration of when the cookie is going to expire. Okay, and then I'm going to multiply by 24, multiply by 60, 60, and 1000. Okay, 30 days. And then I'm going to do cookie, and here we're going to put the domain of our website. So copy the domain of our where our server is deployed. So make sure you don't put HTTPS here. It's just a domain without an HTTPS at the beginning. And then we're going to set secure to true, and same site, we're going to set that to none. It's capital letter N, like this, none. Okay, and we can just commit this. We can say Auth0 config, like so, config, and then we're going to commit the changes. Okay, so the other thing that we want to set up is the Google ID. So when I go to applications, Auth0 dashboard, select our job finder applications. We are using Google to do the authentication. So we need to go to connections, select the Google, it's Google Auth0. So we need to go to authentication, and then we're going to go to social. Okay, so we're using Google Social Connection. So let's select this Google for Auth2. And here we're just going to name this Google. Actually, we cannot rename this. Okay, that's fine. We need the client ID here. So since we're using Google, we need to go to Google console. And we need to create a new. Okay, so now select APIs and services and click credentials. And then we're going to create credentials OAuth client ID. And then we're going to create that. And application type is going to be a web application. I'm just going to say job finder. Okay. Authorized redirect URL. I believe. Let's go back to the applications and select job finder. So we need this callback here. Copy the callback. And we're going to go to back to social. Actually, no, we need to go back to client ID and paste in that callback in here. Okay, so that's the redirect. And we're going to add, actually, we don't need to add, we just paste in the link. And that's it. And then we're just going to create. So create this. Okay, so we now have the client ID, and then we have the client secret. Okay, so we can copy the client ID. This one, copy the client ID and go back. Social, select this, and client ID, paste in the client ID. And we need the client secret. Copy that. and we're going to paste that in here. So that's the client secret, and we're just going to save changes in here, and we're going to select what do we need to select? Let's copy this name here, and we're going to create let's open up. We're going to create an environment variable. So open job finder, environment, and we're going to add another environment variable. So here. Actually, I don't think we need to add one here. So let's just try to let's refresh again our website. I don't think we need to re-render. I don't think we need to like include this in our environment variables. Applications, job finder. Okay. Let's see. Excuse me. So let's try to log in. Okay, perfect. So now we don't see a warning here. We are now connected. Let's try to log in with Google. Log in with Google. Okay, there's an error. Let's inspect this error. Let's click more details here. And you're going to see more details here. So we're going to copy this dev URL. Copy this. Okay, because it was attempting to do a callback using this. So we actually need to go back to Google Console, select Job Finder, and also include that in here. Okay, and we're going to save that. We need to go to the job, application details, and in Auth0 dashboard, we need to include that link. Okay, so make sure you separate them with the comma here. It's actually not this one, but in here, in the callback, comma, and then put that new URL, and we're going to save the changes. All right, and let's go back and try to sign in and log in and sign in with Google. Okay, and I'm signed in with my Google account, so I can see the jobs that I've created. I can click the individual job and it's going to work as normal. I can go to a post job page. I can go to the home page. Okay, everything works fine. I can log out. Perfect. And I'm restricted to not access those pages. Perfect. Everything works fine. And yeah, that's pretty much it. By the way, if you want to go to production, if you're ready, so this is the development environment. We can change this to, we can go to the settings, and here we can change from development to production whenever you're ready to go to production. But I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to leave it at the development environment. But once you're ready to publish your app, go to production. And yeah, that's it for this video. If you have any questions, let me know in the comment section. I'll see you on the next one.